Ornaments, and Outrage.
A Holly Hart Christmas Mystery.
A Holly Hart Mystery. Book 2.
Wynn, Valentine.
Copyright 2025 by Wynn Valentine.
All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or localities is entirely coincidental. Wynn Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. 1. Silver Bells and Second Chances. The December wind carried the scent of snow and wood smoke through Millbrook Falls as Holly Hart stepped out of her Toyota, breath forming small clouds in the crisp mountain air. The Whitfield estate sale had drawn a decent crowd despite the early hour, and she could already see other dealers moving with purpose toward the Victorian mansion's front porch.
"You're sure you don't mind me tagging along?"
Jasper asked, emerging from the passenger side with 2 steaming travel mugs. His wire-rimmed glasses had fogged slightly in the cold, and Holly couldn't help but smile at the familiar sight.
Are you kidding? Your eye for first editions might find something I'd miss.
She accepted the coffee gratefully, inhaling the rich aroma.
Besides, this could be good research for the bookstore's consulting expansion.
They'd been talking about formalizing their collaboration. Holly's authentication expertise paired with Jasper's historical research skills. Between the Lines had been busier than ever since word spread about Holly's role in solving last year's Emmeline Ashford case, and people were bringing him all sorts of family heirlooms to investigate. The Whitfield mansion stood 3 stories tall, its gingerbread trim and wraparound porch speaking to the prosperity of Millbrook Falls' Victorian era. Holly had driven past it countless times, but never imagined she'd be attending an estate sale here. Poor Mrs. Whitfield had passed just after Thanksgiving, leaving behind a house full of the antiques her late husband Marcus had collected over 15 years of dealing.
"Looks like serious competition,"
Jasper observed, nodding toward a well-dressed couple examining items on the porch with professional intensity. Holly followed his gaze. The woman wore an expensive wool coat and took photographs of each piece with a high-end camera, while the man made notes in a leather portfolio. They had the unmistakable air of out-of-town dealers, the kind who swept into small mountain communities looking for treasures the locals might undervalue.
Guess we better get moving then.
Inside the mansion buzzed with the controlled chaos of a well-organized estate sale. Orange stickers marked prices on everything, from Victorian furniture to Depression glass, while volunteers in matching T-shirts directed traffic flow. Holly automatically began cataloging items with potential, her trained eye separating genuine antiques from clever reproductions.
Holly! Fancy seeing you here.
She turned to find Grace Pettigrew approaching with a warm smile. The elderly owner of Memories and More Antique Shop looked elegant as always, her white hair perfectly arranged and a vintage cameo brooch adorning her navy cardigan.
Mrs. Pettigrew, good morning. I was hoping to find some pieces for the Christmas season.
Please, dear, call me Grace. We've been neighbors on Main Street long enough.
The older woman's blue eyes sparkled with genuine affection.
I was just admiring Marcus's Christmas collection. He had such an eye for quality pieces.
Grace gestured toward a corner display that made Holly's breath catch. Arranged on an antique sideboard were at least 24 Christmas ornaments, their glass surfaces catching the morning light streaming through tall windows. Even from across the room, she could see they weren't typical holiday decorations.
"Those are spectacular,"
Jasper said softly. Holly moved closer, her collector's instincts fully engaged. The ornaments were clearly vintage, hand-blown glass in deep jewel tones, each one unique and bearing the telltale signs of skilled European craftsmanship. Silver bells, ruby baubles, sapphire stars, and emerald trees, all with the weight and clarity that marked genuine 1920s production.
German?
She asked Grace.
I believe so. Marcus mentioned they came from a single estate, though he was always rather secretive about his sources.
Grace picked up a price tag and winced slightly.
Rather expensive, but then Marcus always did know quality.
Holly examined the tag on a particularly beautiful silver bell ornament. The price was steep, but not unreasonable for authenticated vintage pieces. More importantly, something about the collection felt significant. Not just decorative objects, but pieces with stories.
The metalwork is exceptional.
She murmured, noting the intricate engraving on each cap.
This level of detail suggests they were custom commissioned rather than mass-produced.
You're thinking of buying some?
Jasper asked. Before Holly could answer, the well-dressed couple from the porch appeared beside them. Up close, the woman's blonde hair showed expensive highlighting, and her manicured nails clicked against her camera as she examined the ornaments with obvious interest.
Lovely collection.
The woman said with a slight accent Holly couldn't quite place.
We represent several collectors who specialize in this period.
Are you from the area?
Grace asked politely.
We're the Hendricks, Bob and Carol. We've recently relocated here for retirement.
The man extended a hand with the practiced charm of someone accustomed to making good first impressions.
We're thrilled to discover such wonderful pieces in our new community!
Something in their manner struck Holly as rehearsed, though she couldn't put her finger on why. Professional dealers often had that polished quality, but these two felt different somehow.
Holly Hart,
She said, accepting the handshake.
I own Frosted Memories on Main Street.
The Snow Globe shop.
Carol's smile seemed to brighten.
We've walked past several times. Such a charming concept.
Thank you, and this is Jasper Holloway from Between the Lines bookstore.
More pleasantries were exchanged, but Holly noticed Bob's attention kept drifting to the ornament collection. When Grace stepped away to examine items elsewhere, he moved closer to the display.
Remarkable craftsmanship.
He said, lifting the same silver bell Holly had been admiring.
The weight distribution suggests hollow construction. Quite ingenious for the period.
Are you in the antique business professionally?
Jasper asked.
Oh, just enthusiasts.
Carol said quickly.
Bob has always been fascinated by the technical aspects of glasswork.
They moved on to examine other items, but Holly caught them photographing the ornament collection from multiple angles. Professional documentation, not casual interest.
What do you think?
Jasper asked quietly.
I think I want that silver bell before they decide they want it more.
She approached the volunteer managing sales in that section, a cheerful woman wearing a Whitfield Estate Sale t-shirt.
I'd like to purchase some of the Christmas ornaments.
Of course. Which pieces?
Holly selected the silver bell that had caught her attention, along with a deep blue star and a green tree with delicate gold detailing. The total was more than she typically spent on impulse purchases. But something about the collection called to her professional instincts. As she completed the paperwork, she overheard Bob Hendricks asking the volunteer about the collection's provenance.
I'm sorry, but Mrs. Whitfield didn't leave detailed records about where Mr. Whitfield acquired specific pieces.
The volunteer explained. He kept most of his business records at the shop.
Of course.
Bob said smoothly.
Just curious about the history.
Holly carefully wrapped her purchases in tissue paper and placed them in a sturdy box. The silver bell felt even more intriguingly off balance in her hands, and she found herself eager to examine it properly at home.
Good choices.
Grace said, rejoining them as they prepared to leave.
That bell in particular caught my eye. Something special about it.
What do you mean?
Grace tilted her head thoughtfully.
Hard to say exactly. Sometimes you just sense when an object has stories to tell.
Back at Frosted Memories, Holly settled at her workbench in the shop's rear workshop, while Jasper made fresh coffee. December tourism had been strong, and the shop showed the pleasant chaos of a busy season. Inventory stacked for restocking, repair projects in various stages, and the comfortable accumulation of a thriving business. Tinsel, her silver Maine Coon cat, immediately claimed the box of ornaments as his personal investigation project, sniffing each piece with the intense concentration he usually reserved for suspicious strangers.
Careful, boy.
Holly murmured, lifting him away from the delicate glass.
These aren't toys.
She arranged the 3 ornaments on her workbench under the bright LED lamp she used for detailed examination. In the proper lighting, the craftsmanship was even more remarkable. Each piece showed the subtle irregularities that mark genuine hand-blown work, while the metalwork displayed the precision of skilled artisans. The silver bell drew her attention first. About 4 inches tall, it featured an intricate pattern of holly leaves and berries engraved around the cap, while the bell itself showed a slight seam where 2 pieces of glass had been joined. That explained the weight distribution she'd noticed.
Finding anything interesting?
Jasper asked, setting a steaming mug beside her.
Just appreciating the workmanship. These are definitely 1920s German production, probably commissioned as a set.
She picked up the bell again, noting how the light caught the silver cap differently in certain areas.
Though this construction technique is unusual.
She reached for her jeweler's loupe and examined the cap more closely. The engraving was even more detailed than she'd realized. Tiny holly leaves intertwined with what looked like initials or perhaps a monogram worked into the design.
TA.
She read aloud.
Or the artist's signature?
Jasper suggested. Holly rotated the bell slowly under the magnification, following the engraved pattern. Near the base of the cap, almost hidden among the decorative scroll work, she found something that made her pulse quicken. A tiny lever, disguised as part of the engraving.
Jasper,
She said carefully.
look at this.
He leaned over her shoulder as she pointed to the mechanism.
Is that?
A hidden compartment.
Holly set down the loop and examined the lever more closely.
See how this piece of the engraving sits slightly proud of the surface? It's designed to be pressed.
Her finger hovered over the tiny mechanism. Professional curiosity warred with caution. Opening the compartment might damage the ornament's value, but the potential discovery was irresistible.
It's your ornament.
Jasper said softly.
Whatever's in there has been waiting a long time.
Holly pressed the lever. The cap of the bell split along an invisible seam with a soft click, revealing a small hollow space inside. And nestled within, wrapped in what looked like oiled silk, was something that definitely didn't belong to the 1920s. A USB drive,
Well,
Jasper said after a moment of stunned silence.
that's not what I was expecting.
Holly lifted the small device carefully, noting its professional appearance and the way it had been protected from moisture and damage. Someone had taken considerable care to preserve whatever information it contained.
This was placed here recently.
She said, her mind racing through possibilities.
Within the last few years, certainly. But why hide it in a vintage ornament?
Before Jasper could answer, the shop's front door chimed with the sharp insistence of someone entering quickly. Holly quickly closed the ornament's compartment and slipped the USB drive into her pocket just as footsteps approached the workshop.
Holly? Are you back there?
Sheriff Caleb Webb's voice carried the professional tone that meant official business. Holly exchanged a glance with Jasper, then emerged from the workshop to find the sheriff removing his hat, his weathered face grave.
Afternoon, Sheriff. What brings you by?
I'm afraid I have some bad news about Marcus Whitfield.
Holly's stomach dropped.
What happened?
Found dead in his shop this morning. Looks like someone broke in during the night.
Webb's eyes were sharp and assessing.
Thing is, Holly, we found your business card in his appointment book for yesterday afternoon. I need to ask you about your recent dealings with him.
I didn't have an appointment with Marcus.
Holly said slowly.
I haven't been to his shop in weeks.
But you were at his estate sale this morning?
Yes, with Jasper. We bought some Christmas ornaments.
The USB drive seemed to burn in her pocket, but instinct told her to wait before revealing it.
Sheriff, what exactly happened?
Webb's expression darkened.
Someone tore that shop apart looking for something specific. Shattered about half his inventory, but it wasn't random destruction. They were searching.
He paused, studying her face.
Funny thing is, they seemed particularly interested in his Christmas ornament collection. Everything in that section was destroyed.
Holly felt the blood drain from her face.
Destroyed?
Smashed to pieces. Like someone was looking for something hidden inside ornaments and didn't care about being careful.
Webb's eyes narrowed slightly.
You wouldn't happen to know why someone might do that, would you?
The USB drive in her pocket felt like evidence of her involvement in something she didn't understand. Holly realized she was at a crossroads: tell the sheriff about her discovery immediately, or try to understand what she'd found before involving law enforcement.
I honestly don't know, Sheriff.
She said, which was technically true.
But if there's anything I can do to help...
There might be. You know more about antiques and collectibles than anyone else in town. I could use your opinion on what they might have been looking for.
Webb replaced his hat.
But first, I need you to come down to the station and give me a formal statement about this morning. Both of you.
After Webb left, Holly and Jasper stood in the sudden quiet of the shop, the weight of what they'd discovered settling around them.
We should have told him.
Jasper said finally.
I know, but something about this feels bigger than a simple break-in.
Holly pulled the USB drive from her pocket and stared at it.
Someone killed Marcus, and it has something to do with these ornaments. Before I hand this over, I want to understand what we're dealing with.
And if we're in danger?
Holly looked at the USB drive, then at the silver bell sitting innocuously on her workbench. Whatever secrets the ornament collection held, they were worth killing for. And she might be the only person in Millbrook Falls who knew they existed.
Then we better figure this out quickly,
she said.
Before whoever killed Marcus realizes we have what they're looking for.
Outside, the December wind picked up, rattling the shop's windows and carrying the promise of snow. Inside Frosted Memories, surrounded by thousands of miniature worlds captured in glass, Holly Hart held a piece of technology that might contain the key to murder. She just had to decide whether to trust the sheriff with it or trust herself to solve the mystery first. The silver bell caught the afternoon light, its hidden compartment now empty, but its secrets far from revealed. Whatever stories Grace Pettigrew had sensed in the ornament were darker than anyone could have imagined. And Holly was about to discover that some Christmas treasures carried a deadly price. 2. Christmas passed. The morning after giving their statements to Sheriff Webb, Holly found herself pacing the narrow aisles of Between the Lines bookstore, the USB drive weighing heavy in her jacket pocket. She'd barely slept, her mind cycling through possibilities and scenarios, none of them particularly comforting.
Any luck?
She asked, watching Jasper flip through a leather-bound volume of local historical records.
Some.
He looked up from his research table, which had been transformed into Command Central for their investigation. Books lay open everywhere: county histories, genealogical records, newspaper archives dating back to the 1920s.
The initials TA appear in several contexts, but one stands out.
Holly settled into the chair across from him, accepting the cup of coffee he'd prepared. The bookstore felt especially cozy this morning, with snow beginning to fall outside the tall windows and the familiar scent of old paper and binding glue creating a sense of safety.
Theodore Ashton.
Jasper continued, sliding a photocopied newspaper article across the table.
Local banker who disappeared in December 1924, right before Christmas. There were rumors of embezzlement, but nothing was ever proven.
Holly studied the grainy photograph accompanying the article. Theodore Ashton had been a handsome man in his 40s, with the kind of confident bearing that suggested success and respectability. The headline read, "Prominent banker vanishes amid financial questions."
Disappeared how?
Simply didn't come home one evening. His horse and buggy were found at the train station, but no one saw him board any train. The bank discovered irregularities in several accounts the next day, but by then, Ashton was gone.
Jasper tapped another article.
Here's the interesting part. His house was sold to pay debts, and among the personal effects were an extensive collection of fine Christmas ornaments believed to be of German manufacture.
Holly felt her pulse quicken.
The same collection?
Possibly. The description matches what we saw yesterday.
Jasper pulled out a genealogical chart he'd been working on.
I've been tracing the Ashton family line. Theodore had no children, but there were several nieces and nephews who might have inherited items.
The bell above the bookstore's front door chimed, and Holly looked up to see a woman entering, stamping snow from her boots. She was perhaps 40, with dark hair pulled back in a professional style, and the kind of purposeful movements that suggested someone accustomed to getting things done efficiently.
Excuse me.
The woman said, approaching their table.
I'm looking for Jasper Holloway.
That's me.
Jasper said, standing politely.
Elena Rodriguez.
She extended her hand with a firm grip.
I heard you do research consultations. I'm new to the area, and I couldn't help overhearing your conversation about financial irregularities and missing bankers.
Her smile was wry.
Occupational hazard. I used to work in financial crimes investigation.
Holly exchanged a glance with Jasper.
What kind of financial crimes?
FBI, Forensic Accounting Division. 15 years tracking money laundering, embezzlement, fraud schemes.
Elena gestured toward their research materials.
Mind if I ask what you're working on? Because what you're discussing sounds familiar.
Holly hesitated. They'd agreed to be careful about who they trusted. But something about Elena's directness was appealing.
It's complicated.
Complicated is my specialty.
Elena pulled out a business card.
I recently moved to Millbrook Falls to get away from federal law enforcement stress, but old habits die hard. If you're dealing with historical financial crimes, I might be able to help.
Jasper looked at Holly, who found herself making an instinctive decision.
Would you like some coffee?
20 minutes later, Elena sat at their research table examining the newspaper articles about Theodore Ashton with the focused attention of someone trained to spot patterns others missed.
Classic embezzlement profile.
She said finally.
Respected community member. Access to funds. Probably started small and escalated. The timing of his disappearance suggests he knew investigation was imminent.
But that was nearly a century ago.
Holly pointed out.
What could it possibly have to do with Marcus Whitfield's murder?
Elena looked up from the papers.
You'd be surprised how often historical crimes create modern problems. Family secrets, hidden assets, unresolved legal issues, they have a way of surfacing eventually.
She paused.
But you haven't told me why you're researching Theodore Ashton in the first place.
Holly made another decision.
Because I found something hidden in a Christmas ornament that belonged to him. Something modern.
Elena's eyebrows rose.
What kind of something?
Holly pulled the USB drive from her pocket and set it on the table. Elena's expression shifted immediately from casual interest to professional focus.
Where exactly did you find this?
Hidden inside a vintage ornament. At Marcus Whitfield's estate sale. The ornament had a secret compartment.
Holly explained about the silver bell, the hidden mechanism, and their discovery the previous afternoon.
And Marcus Whitfield was murdered the same night.
His shop was destroyed. Someone was looking for something, and they particularly targeted his Christmas ornament collection.
Holly met Elena's gaze.
We think they were looking for this or others like it.
Elena picked up the USB drive, examining it carefully.
Professional grade, weatherproofed casing. Whoever hid this intended it to be preserved.
She looked between Holly and Jasper.
Have you examined the contents?
Not yet. We weren't sure.
Holly trailed off.
You weren't sure whether to trust law enforcement with it first.
Elena finished.
Smart instinct. Depending on what's on here, involving the wrong people too early could be dangerous.
She set the drive down carefully.
I have encryption software on my laptop. We could take a look without compromising anything.
You do that?
Jasper asked.
I told you, old habits. Besides, if someone's committing financial crimes in my new hometown, I take that personally.
Elena's smile was sharp.
Plus, I'm curious about how a 1920s embezzlement case connects to modern technology.
Elena retrieved her laptop from her car, and soon they had it set up on the bookstore's back table, away from the front windows. The encryption proved more sophisticated than Holly had expected, but Elena's fingers moved across the keyboard with the confidence of someone who'd done this many times before.
Interesting.
She murmured, working through multiple security layers.
This isn't amateur hour. Whoever created this drive knew what they were doing.
Can you crack it?
Holly asked.
Give me time. But the fact that it's this heavily protected suggests the contents are significant. See not?
Elena paused in her typing.
While I work on this, you two should keep researching Theodore Ashton. I'm betting his financial crimes are the key to understanding what's happening now.
Jasper pulled out another volume.
The local bank records from the 1920s were donated to the Historical Society. I could request access.
Good idea. Look for patterns. Who else might have been involved? What happened to the money? Whether there were other victims?
Elena's screen flickered as she broke through another encryption layer.
Financial crimes usually involve networks, not individual actors.
Holly found herself watching Elena work, impressed by her methodical approach and obvious expertise.
What made you leave the FBI?
Elena's fingers paused on the keyboard.
Burnout! Too many cases where good people got hurt because we moved too slowly or politics interfered with investigations.
She resumed typing.
I wanted to find somewhere quiet where I could use my skills to help individuals instead of bureaucracy.
Millbrook Falls is definitely quiet.
Jasper said with a smile.
Was quiet.
Elena corrected.
Murder tends to change that.
Her laptop chimed softly, and she leaned forward.
Got it.
The screen filled with file directories, spreadsheets, documents, photographs. Elena scrolled through the contents, her expression growing more serious with each folder.
This is extensive,
she said quietly.
Bank records, transaction logs, photographs of documents.
She opened one of the spreadsheets.
Recent activity, too. This isn't historical research. This is ongoing financial surveillance.
Holly leaned closer to see the screen. The spreadsheet contained names, dates, and monetary amounts stretching back several months. She recognized some of the names. Local business owners, longtime residents.
Those are people from town,
she said.
People who've been making cash transactions in specific patterns.
Elena confirmed, highlighting several entries.
Regular deposits, always just under federal reporting thresholds. Classic money laundering structure. Regular.
But why hide it in a Christmas ornament?
Jasper asked. Elena opened another folder, this one containing scanned historical documents.
Because whoever created this drive discovered the connection to Theodore Ashton's original crimes.
She pointed to a handwritten ledger page.
Look at this. Bank records from 1924, documenting irregular transactions involving several prominent families.
Holly studied the faded entries. The handwriting was careful and precise, listing names and amounts with the methodical detail of someone building a case.
Ashton was documenting other people's crimes,
she realized.
Exactly. He wasn't just embezzling, he was gathering evidence against other corrupt businessmen, probably as insurance.
Elena scrolled through more historical documents.
And someone in modern Millbrook Falls discovered this evidence.
But how would century-old bank fraud matter now?
Jasper asked. Elena opened a folder labeled Family Connections and displayed a genealogical chart that made Holly's breath catch. It showed family trees connecting 1920s names to current residents, with detailed annotations about inherited businesses and property.
Because the families involved are still here,
Elena said grimly.
And apparently, so are the consequences of their ancestors' crimes.
Holly traced one of the family lines with her finger, recognizing several current business owners.
Someone's been using Theodore Ashton's evidence for blackmail.
That would be my assessment.
Elena agreed.
Question is, who found the evidence and who's been paying to keep it quiet?
Before anyone could answer, the bookstore's front door chimed again. Through the gap between bookshelves, Holly could see Bob and Carol Hendricks entering, their expensive winter coats dusted with snow.
Looking for anything in particular?
Jasper called out, quickly minimizing the laptop screen.
Just browsing,
Carol replied, but Holly noticed they weren't looking at books. Their attention focused on the research materials scattered across the back table. Elena, with the quick instincts of someone trained in surveillance, casually shifted position to block their view of the laptop, while Holly gathered the Theodore Ashton articles into a stack.
Lovely bookstore,
Bob said, approaching their table.
We were just next door at Frosted Memories, but it appears to be closed today.
Holly's stomach tightened. She'd left a note saying she'd be back after lunch, but the Hendricks seemed very interested in her whereabouts.
Holly's helping me with some research.
Jasper said smoothly.
Local history project.
How fascinating.
Carol's smile didn't reach her eyes.
What period are you studying?
Early 20th century business development.
Elena interjected with professional ease.
I'm writing a paper on mountain community economics.
The Hendricks exchanged a glance that Holly didn't like. Bob moved closer to their table, and she could see him trying to read the visible newspaper headlines.
Well, we won't disturb your work.
Carol said after a moment.
Though if you come across any information about antique collections from that period, we'd be very interested. We're always looking to learn more about our new community's history.
After they left, Elena immediately pulled the laptop back open.
Those two are not casual collectors.
What do you mean?
Holly asked.
Body language, questions, the way they position themselves to gather information without seeming to.
Elena's expression was grim.
They're professionals, and they're looking for something specific.
The ornament collection war.
Jasper.
Or what's hidden inside it.
Elena saved their work and began backing up files to a secure drive.
Holly, how many ornaments did you buy yesterday?
3, but there were at least 20 more in the collection.
Which means there could be more USB drives or other evidence hidden in the remaining pieces.
Elena closed the laptop.
We need to find out who bought the other ornaments before the Hendricks do.
Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the snow outside.
You think they killed Marcus?
I think Marcus discovered what was hidden in those ornaments and tried to use it for something. Blackmail, leverage, protection.
Elena met her gaze steadily.
And I think whoever killed him is still looking for the evidence he found. Evidence that you now have.
The bookstore suddenly felt less safe. Its tall windows too exposed. Its single entrance a potential trap. Holly looked at the USB drive, then at Elena and Jasper.
So, what do we do?
We solve this quickly,
Elena said.
before they realize you have what they're looking for.
Outside, the snow continued to fall, and somewhere in Millbrook Falls, a killer was hunting Christmas ornaments that contained century-old secrets worth murdering for. Holly had wanted a quiet December, but instead she'd stumbled into a mystery that linked past and present in the deadliest possible way. And with Elena Rodriguez's help, she was about to discover that some family secrets were worth killing to protect. 3. Deck the halls with secrets. The Millbrook Falls Town Hall buzzed with the familiar energy of volunteer coordination as Holly pushed through the heavy oak doors, Elena close behind her. The Christmas Ornament Festival planning meeting was already in full swing, with various committee heads clustered around tables, covered in vendor applications, security schedules, and booth layout diagrams.
Holly!
Maeve O'Sullivan waved from the catering coordination table, her red curls escaping from a hastily assembled ponytail.
Perfect timing. We're just going over the food booth locations.
Holly made her way through the crowd, noting the mix of longtime residents and newer faces that had become typical of Millbrook Falls gatherings. The town's growing reputation as a holiday destination meant more people wanting to be involved, which usually meant more complications.
Elena Rodriguez.
She said, introducing her companion to Maeve.
She's new to town and offered to help with the festival.
Welcome. We can always use more hands.
Maeve's natural warmth immediately included Elena in the conversation.
Are you interested in any particular area?
Security coordination if you need help, Elena replied. I have some experience with crowd management.
Holly caught the careful phrasing. Elena's FBI background would be useful without needing to advertise it. They'd agreed this morning to use the festival planning as cover for gathering information about who might have purchased ornaments from Marcus's collection.
Security's handled by Jerome Fletcher this year.
Maeve said, pointing toward a nervous-looking man in his 50s who was deep in conversation with Sheriff Webb.
Poor guy's been running himself ragged since Marcus died. They were business partners, you know.
Holly studied Jerome Fletcher with new interest. She'd seen him around town, but never really talked to him. Medium height and perpetually anxious, he had the kind of fidgety energy that made him seem guilty, even when discussing the weather.
How well did Jerome know Marcus's inventory?
Elena asked casually.
Oh, they worked together for years. Jerome handled the books, while Marcus did the buying and authentication.
Maeve lowered her voice.
Though between you and me, I think Jerome's been struggling since the murder. Sheriff Webb's been asking him lots of questions.
That must be difficult.
Holly said, filing away the information. If Jerome knew Marcus's inventory well, he might know about the ornament collection's significance.
Holly Hart!
She turned to see Patricia Wells approaching with the confident stride of someone accustomed to commanding attention. The gallery owner wore a flowing burgundy coat that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent, and her silver hair was arranged in an elaborate updo that had clearly required professional assistance.
Patricia, good to see you.
I was hoping you'd be here. I wanted to discuss the authentication seminar I'm planning for the festival. I think our expertise would complement each other beautifully.
Holly had forgotten about Patricia's proposal to add educational seminars to the festival programming.
What kind of authentication?
Oh, various periods and styles. I've been acquiring some fascinating pieces lately. 1920s decorative arts, Victorian jewelry, early American furniture.
Patricia's eyes gleamed with the enthusiasm of a serious collector.
In fact, I recently purchased some absolutely stunning Christmas ornaments from that poor Marcus Whitfield's estate. German craftsmanship, probably commissioned work.
Elena stepped closer, her interest sharpening.
Christmas ornaments?
Exquisite pieces. The metalwork alone suggests they were created for someone of considerable means.
Patricia gestured expressively.
I'm planning to feature them in my holiday exhibition next week. Christmas Past, a Victorian celebration.
Holly exchanged a glance with Elena.
How many pieces did you acquire?
6 ornaments, plus a lovely tree topper shaped like an angel. Marcus had excellent taste, though I must say his pricing was rather aggressive for this market.
Patricia's tone suggested mild disapproval.
But then, quality always commands a premium.
Did you know Marcus well?
Elena asked.
Professional acquaintance. We occasionally competed for the same pieces at estate sales.
Patricia's expression grew thoughtful.
Though lately, he'd been acting rather strangely, very secretive about his sources, almost paranoid about documenting provenance.
Holly felt her pulse quicken.
Paranoid how?
Oh, endless questions about family histories, insistence on written documentation for every piece. Quite unusual for someone who'd been dealing for 15 years.
Patricia shrugged elegantly.
I assumed he was having insurance issues.
Before Holly could probe further, a commotion near the vendor registration table caught her attention. Bob and Carol Hendricks stood facing a harried-looking volunteer, their voices carrying the kind of polite firmness that suggested they weren't getting the answers they wanted.
I'm sorry, but vendor spaces are allocated by application date.
The volunteer was explaining.
We simply don't have any spots remaining near the main display areas.
Surely there's been a cancellation,
Carol said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes.
We're particularly interested in the section featuring historical pieces.
Holly moved closer, Elena following. They positioned themselves near the coffee table where they could overhear without appearing to eavesdrop.
The historical section is completely booked.
The volunteer repeated.
Mrs. Pettigrew from Memories and More has the corner spot, and she's been there for 12 years running.
Bob's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly.
Perhaps we could speak with Mrs. Pettigrew directly. Professional dealers sometimes have informal arrangements.
I really don't think...
Is there a problem here?
Sheriff Webb's voice cut through the tension as he approached the group. His presence immediately changed the dynamic, the volunteer looking relieved, while the Hendricks expressions became carefully neutral.
No problem at all,
Carol said smoothly.
Just hoping to participate in our new community's wonderful festival.
Webb nodded politely, but Holly noticed his eyes remained alert.
First year as vendors.
We're more collectors than dealers.
Bob replied.
Though we've been acquiring some lovely pieces since moving here.
Local pieces.
There was something in Webb's tone that made Holly pay closer attention. He was fishing for information, which meant he'd connected the Hendricks to something in his investigation.
Some local, some regional.
Carol answered vaguely.
We're particularly interested in Christmas decorations from the early 20th century.
Webb's expression didn't change, but Holly caught the slight tightening around his eyes.
Specific period.
1920s primarily. The craftsmanship from that era was exceptional.
After a few more pleasantries, the Hendricks moved away to examine the festival layout maps. Webb remained near the registration table, but Holly noticed him watching their movement around the room.
Interesting.
Lena murmured quietly.
They're mapping vendor locations and taking photos of the layout.
Holly followed Elena's gaze and saw that Elena was right. Bob was discreetly photographing the booth assignments, while Carol took notes in a small leather notebook.
Holly, dear.
Grace Pettigrew appeared at her elbow, elegant as always in a navy wool coat with pearl buttons.
I was hoping to catch you. I wanted to discuss the historical display for my booth.
What kind of display?
Grace's blue eyes sparkled with excitement.
Well, given all the interest in Christmas ornaments this year, I thought I'd feature some family pieces. I have a collection that's been in storage for decades. My grandmother worked for a local banker in the 1920s, and when he left town suddenly, she ended up with some of his household items.
Holly felt Elena tense beside her.
A banker?
Theodore Ashton. Grandmother always said he was a lovely man, very generous with Christmas bonuses.
Grace's expression grew thoughtful.
Though she never understood why he left so suddenly. One day he was there, the next day he was gone.
What kind of household items?
Elena asked carefully.
Oh, various things. Some lovely Christmas ornaments, a few books, some papers she kept meaning to return to his family.
Grace smiled sadly.
But there was no family to return them to, and by the time I inherited everything, it seemed like ancient history.
Holly's mind raced. If Grace had items from Theodore Ashton's house, including papers, she might have evidence that connected to the USB drive's contents.
Where do you keep these items now?
She asked.
Safe in my basement. Grandmother always said they might be valuable someday, so I've kept them properly stored.
Grace looked around the busy room.
Though with all this renewed interest in the period, perhaps it is time to bring them out.
Mrs. Pettigrew?
Bob Hendricks appeared beside them with the silent approach of someone practiced in moving unnoticed.
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation about 1920s items.
Grace turned politely toward him.
Oh, hello. You're one of our new residents, aren't you?
Bob Hendricks. My wife Carol and I recently moved here.
His smile was charming, but Holly noticed his eyes remained calculating.
We're passionate collectors of that period, particularly Christmas decorations.
How wonderful. It's nice to meet fellow enthusiasts.
I'd be very interested in seeing your collection. Unquote.
Bob continued.
Perhaps we could arrange a private viewing? I'd be happy to provide authentication services or discuss potential acquisition.
Holly felt alarm bells going off in her head. The last thing Grace needed was the Hendricks knowing about her collection, especially if it contained evidence related to Theodore Ashton.
Actually,
Holly interjected quickly.
Elena and I were just discussing helping Grace organize her display for the festival. We'd be happy to look at the collection and help determine what pieces would work best.
Elena picked up the cue smoothly.
I have experience with historical documentation. We could ensure everything is properly cataloged.
Bob's expression remained pleasant, but Holly caught a flash of irritation in his eyes.
Of course. Though I'd still be interested in a consultation, Mrs. Pettigrew. Professional evaluation can be quite valuable.
That's very kind.
Grace said graciously.
Perhaps after the festival, when things are less hectic.
Carol Hendricks joined the group, and Holly noticed how quickly the couple's attention focused on Grace. Their questions seemed casual about the collection size, where items were stored, whether Grace lived alone, but Holly recognized the pattern of information gathering.
We should let Mrs. Pettigrew get back to her planning,
Holly said firmly.
Grace, why don't Elena and I stop by tomorrow morning to look at your collection?
That would be lovely. Say around 10?
After Grace moved away to continue her festival preparations, Holly noticed the Hendricks remained nearby, clearly eavesdropping on other conversations about antiques and collections. They were systematically identifying who had vintage Christmas items and where those items were located.
We need to warn Grace,
Elena said quietly as they moved toward the exit.
And we need to see what she has in that basement,
Holly added.
If her grandmother saved papers from Theodore Ashton's house, they might explain everything.
Outside the town hall, the afternoon air carried the crisp bite of approaching winter. Snow clouds gathered over the mountains, and Holly could smell wood smoke from chimneys throughout the valley.
The Hendricks are definitely running some kind of operation.
Elena said as they walked toward Main Street.
The way they questioned Grace, their interest in vendor locations, the systematic information gathering. This isn't casual collecting.
And Jerome Fletcher knows something.
Holly added.
Did you see how nervous he was when Webb was talking to him?
Everyone's nervous when police are investigating their business partner's murder.
Elena pointed out.
But yes, his body language suggested he's hiding something.
They reached Frosted Memories just as the first snowflakes began to fall. Inside, Tinsel greeted them with the kind of dramatic meowing that suggested he'd been gravely insulted by their absence.
Sorry, boy,
Holly said, scratching behind his ears.
but we've been busy solving crimes.
Elena settled at the workshop table while Holly prepared coffee. The USB drive sat in its hiding place behind a row of vintage globes, but Holly found herself thinking about Grace's collection in her basement.
Elena,
She said slowly.
what if there are more than just ornaments? What if Theodore Ashton hid other evidence in different objects?
You mean like the papers Grace mentioned?
Elena looked up from her laptop where she'd been reviewing the files from the USB drive.
It's possible. If he was building a case against multiple people, he'd want to diversify his insurance.
And if Grace has been sitting on evidence for decades without knowing it,
Then she's in danger.
Elena finished grimly.
Especially now that the Hendricks know she has a collection.
Holly looked out at the falling snow, thinking about Grace Pettigrew living alone above her antique shop with a basement full of secrets she didn't know she was keeping.
we need to get to her first.
She said.
Before the Hendricks decide to make their own appointment.
Elena was already packing up her laptop.
Then we better hope Grace is an early riser. Something tells me we're running out of time.
Outside, the snow fell heavier, and somewhere in Millbrook Falls, the hunt for Theodore Ashton's hidden evidence was intensifying. Holly just hoped they could stay ahead of the hunters long enough to understand what they were really protecting. The Christmas Ornament Festival was still 3 days away, but the deadly game of hide-and-seek had already begun. 4. Silent night, deadly night. Holly glanced at the clock above her workbench. Nearly 11 p.m. She should have closed Frosted Memories hours ago, but the festival preparations had kept her busy well into the evening. Tomorrow's visit to Grace's house weighed on her mind, and she found herself restlessly reorganizing displays and checking inventory rather than heading upstairs to the apartment she shared with Jasper. The workshop felt cozy under the warm LED lights, with Tinsel curled in his favorite spot atop a box of bubble wrap. Holly carefully arranged a new display of holiday globes, each one telling its own miniature winter story. The familiar work usually calmed her, but tonight every sound from the street made her look up. A soft thud from next door made her freeze. Whitfield Antiques had been locked and sealed since Marcus's murder 2 days ago, yellow crime scene tape still crossing the front door. No. Holly set down the globe she'd been holding and listened intently. Another sound, definitely from inside the antique shop. Footsteps, careful but audible through the thin walls between the Victorian buildings. Tinsel's ears pricked up, and he jumped down from his perch to investigate the noise. Holly's heart rate picked up as she heard what sounded like glass being moved around, piece by piece. She crept to the front of her shop, staying low beneath the window display. The streetlights cast long shadows down Main Street, and most of the other businesses had been dark for hours. Through Whitfield Antiques' front window, she could see the beam of a flashlight moving systematically through the interior. Holly pulled out her phone, thumb hovering over Sheriff Webb's number. But what if she was wrong? What if it was Jerome Fletcher, or even Webb himself, conducting some kind of official investigation? The flashlight beam paused, and Holly saw a figure silhouetted against the back wall of the shop. Definitely not tall enough to be Webb, and the movements were too purposeful to be random vandalism. Whoever was in there knew exactly what they were looking for. The beam focused on the area where Marcus's Christmas ornament display had been, now nothing but scattered glass and broken dreams. The figure knelt down, sifting through the shattered pieces with gloved hands. Holly's breath caught. This was about the ornaments. Someone was looking for what Marcus had hidden, just like Elena suspected. She started to dial Webb's number when Tinsel suddenly erupted in the loudest, most indignant yowl she'd ever heard from him. The sound shattered the nighttime quiet like an alarm. The flashlight beam snapped toward her shop. Holly dropped below the windowsill, heart hammering. Had they seen her? The light moved closer to the front window, and she realized with growing terror that whoever was in there was now looking directly at Frosted Memories. Footsteps approached the shared wall between the buildings. Holly held her breath, pressing herself against the floor behind her counter display. Tinsel, apparently deciding he'd done his civic duty by announcing the intruder, settled down to groom his paws with complete feline indifference to the danger. The footsteps moved toward the front of Whitfield Antiques. Holly heard the crime scene tape rustling, then the soft sound of someone testing the lock on Marcus's front door. Then, to her horror, footsteps on the wooden sidewalk outside, moving toward her shop. Holly's mouth went dry as the footsteps stopped directly in front of Frosted Memories. Through the gap beneath her front door, she could see the shadow of someone standing there, waiting. The door handle rattled. Holly bit back a gasp. She'd locked the door when she'd flipped the sign to closed, but the old Victorian locks weren't exactly maximum security. The handle rattled again, more insistently this time. She fumbled for her phone, trying to dial Webb's number without making any noise. The screen seemed impossibly bright in the darkness, and her hands shook as she tried to type. The rattling stopped. Holly waited, counting heartbeats, wondering if whoever it was had given up. Maybe they'd move on, search somewhere else, leave her alone with her racing pulse and Tinsel's judgmental stare. Footsteps moved away from her door. Holly started to exhale in relief when she heard them again, circling around toward the back of the building. Her shop had a rear entrance that led to the alley behind Main Street, mostly used for deliveries and taking out trash. The same entrance that led to the stairs up to her apartment, where Jasper was probably reading in bed, completely unaware of the danger below. Holly's protective instincts kicked in. She couldn't just hide and hope the intruder would go away, not when Jasper might be in danger too. She crept toward the workshop where she kept a baseball bat behind the tool cabinet. Holly had never imagined she'd need a weapon in peaceful Millbrook Falls, but right now she was grateful for Jasper's practical suggestion to keep something for protection after last year's events. The back door handle rattled. Holly gripped the bat and moved toward the rear of the shop, staying in the shadows. Through the small window in the back door, she could see another flashlight beam probing the alley. Her phone buzzed with a text message, the sound abnormally loud in the silence. Holly nearly dropped the bat as she checked the screen.
Can't sleep. Researching more about the Ashton case. Call me if you need anything.
Holly had never been more grateful for Elena's insomnia. With shaking fingers, she typed back,
Intruder at Marcus's shop, now at my back door. Don't call police yet, might be investigating. Stay alert.
The response came immediately. Elena,
On my way. Lock everything and stay hidden.
the back door handle stopped rattling, and Holly heard footsteps moving away again. She peered through the window, but couldn't see anyone in the alley. Had they given up? Or were they planning something else? Holly kept the bat ready and made her way back toward the front of the shop, staying low and avoiding the windows. The street outside appeared empty now, but she'd learned not to trust appearances. 5 minutes later, she heard a car door close quietly somewhere nearby. An engine started, muffled, as if the vehicle was parked a block away rather than directly outside. Holly finally allowed herself to breathe normally. Whoever had been searching Mark, her phone rang, and she nearly jumped out of her skin before seeing Elena's name on the screen.
Are you okay?
Elena's voice was tight with concern.
I think so. They're gone.
Holly sank into a chair, finally allowing herself to feel the full impact of what had just happened.
Someone was searching through the wreckage at Marcus's shop, looking for something specific in the ornament area.
Did you see who it was? And other friend?
Too dark, and they were careful to stay in the shadows. But Elena, they came to my shop afterward. Tested the locks, front and back.
Silence on the other end of the line. Then,
They know.
Know what?
that you have something they want. Or at least they suspect it.
Lena's voice carried the grim certainty of someone who'd seen this pattern before.
Holly, you need to call Sheriff Webb right now.
But what if...
What if nothing? Someone just stalked your shop in the middle of the night after searching a crime scene. This isn't about being careful anymore. This is about staying alive.
Holly looked around her shop, her sanctuary that suddenly felt exposed and vulnerable. Through the front windows, Main Street looked deceptively peaceful under the streetlights, but she knew that peace was an illusion.
You're right,
she said.
I'll call Webb.
Good. And Holly, pack a bag. You and Jasper should stay somewhere else tonight.
Where?
My hotel room has 2 beds. It's not much, but it's not connected to your shop, and no one knows I'm involved yet.
Elena paused.
We'll figure out a better plan tomorrow, but tonight you need to be somewhere safe.
After Holly hung up, she sat in her workshop for a moment, looking at the silver bell ornament that had started everything. Such a beautiful, innocent-looking object to cause so much trouble. Tinsel jumped onto her lap, purring as if to reassure her that he would protect her from any future intruders. His confidence was touching, if misplaced. Holly scratched behind his ears and made her phone calls, first to Sheriff Webb, who answered on the second ring and promised to be there in 10 minutes. Then upstairs to wake Jasper and explain why they needed to pack emergency bags. As she gathered essentials and important documents, Holly realized that the game had fundamentally changed. They weren't just investigating a historical mystery anymore. They were being hunted by people who saw them as obstacles to be removed. Tomorrow's visit to Grace Pettigrew's house couldn't wait. If the Hendricks or whoever had been prowling around tonight decided Grace was their next target, the elderly woman wouldn't stand a chance. Holly looked out at the quiet street one more time before turning off the lights. Somewhere out there, a killer was getting desperate, and desperate people, as Elena had undoubtedly learned in her FBI career, were the most dangerous of all. The Christmas Ornament Festival was still 2 days away, but Holly had the sinking feeling that the real celebration would be over long before then. The only question was whether they'd solve Theodore Ashton's century-old puzzle before it claimed any more victims. As Sheriff Webb's headlights appeared at the end of Main Street, Holly grabbed Tinsel's carrier and took one last look around Frosted Memories. Her shop had been her sanctuary, the place where she'd rebuilt her life after divorce and disappointment. Now it felt like a target. But Holly Hart had learned something important over the past year. She was stronger than she'd ever imagined, and she had people who would stand with her when things got dangerous. Tonight, that would have to be enough. 5. The Jingle Bells and USB Tells. The sheriff's office felt unusually crowded the next morning, with Elena's laptop taking up most of the available desk space, while Holly, Jasper, and Sheriff Webb gathered around like students cramming for finals. The institutional coffee was terrible, but nobody seemed to care.
I still can't believe you kept this from me for 2 days,
Webb said, holding up the USB drive with the kind of careful handling usually reserved for evidence in major cases.
We weren't sure what we had,
Holly said, though she knew it sounded weak.
And honestly, after what happened last year, I wanted to understand the situation before involving official channels.
Webb's expression suggested he wasn't entirely buying her explanation. But Elena looked up from her laptop screen with something that might have been approval.
Actually, Sheriff, Holly's instincts were good. If she'd turned this over immediately, we might never have connected it to the historical evidence.
Speaking of which,
Jasper said, pulling out a folder of documents he'd brought from the bookstore.
I found more information about Theodore Ashton's disappearance. The bank examiner's report from 1925 suggests the embezzlement was much larger than originally estimated.
Elena's fingers moved across the keyboard as she navigated through the USB drive's files.
That matches what I'm seeing here. Whoever compiled this information spent months, maybe years, documenting transactions and building connections between historical and modern crimes.
Holly leaned closer to see the screen. The spreadsheets were more complex than she'd initially realized, with color-coded entries and detailed notes about family genealogies and business relationships.
Look at this,
Elena said, highlighting a section of names.
These are all descendants of families Theodore Ashton documented in the 1920s. And these columns show regular cash deposits, always just under federal reporting requirements.
Webb studied the screen with the focused attention of someone trained to spot criminal patterns.
Money laundering.
Sophisticated money laundering.
Elena confirmed.
Using antique sales as the front. Someone buys a piece for cash, sells it at an inflated price to clean the money, then moves the funds through legitimate business accounts.
And Marcus figured it out?
Holly asked.
More than that,
Elena said, opening another file.
According to these records, Marcus was being blackmailed. Look at this.
She displayed a series of photographs showing bank deposit slips and cash withdrawal records.
He was making regular payments to someone, always in cash, always the same amount.
Jasper frowned.
But if Marcus was being blackmailed, why did he have the evidence?
Because he got smart.
Webb said grimly.
Started documenting everything, building his own case. Classic victim behavior. Create insurance so the blackmailer can't escalate.
Elena nodded.
The timestamps on these files show Marcus was actively updating this information right up until the day he died. He was preparing to expose the whole operation.
Holly felt a chill thinking about Marcus working alone in his shop, knowing he was in danger but continuing to gather evidence.
So they killed him before he could go to the police?
And now they're looking for his evidence.
Elena said.
Which explains last night's break-in at his shop and why they targeted your store afterward.
Webb leaned back in his chair.
The question is, who's running the operation? These spreadsheets show payments going back 3 years. This isn't some amateur scheme.
The Hendricks,
Holly said immediately.
They've been systematically buying ornaments from Marcus's collection. They're asking detailed questions about local collections, and they showed up in town right around the time this all started.
Elena pulled up another file.
Actually, it's more complicated than that. Look at this family tree. It shows connections between multiple families involved in both the historical and modern crimes. The Hendricks might be part of it, but they're not necessarily running it.
She displayed a genealogical chart that looked like something from a detective thriller. Lines connected 1920s names to current residents, with detailed annotations about inherited businesses, property ownership, and financial relationships.
Some of these family names are very familiar.
Jasper said slowly.
These people are pillars of the community.
Which makes perfect sense.
Elena said.
Who better to run a long-term financial scheme than people with established reputations and local trust?
And I was hearing to email Green's last book of truth salad. The preliminary yes. Harry Le, I'm a school net of the Miller Holden. The department lead. I'm been the repair. So, Mon, and the stream. Many hell you be going at from in peace. Miss Winhead, Sarge, love it. I want to I'm just best friends in small and I with shit I like to fuck one name. Second of fries. You can call his was it. Me Margaret, wait, or Laser for visit. Thing your parts. Did you imagine that? Yeah, you may just pull that done. Just the 30. But the bottom of the thing is someday. So the melon is and the long time. It's been what a painful and let's for now all sit are going with them like a Jew gender or what clothes. They don't think really I'm learning. As gets her to that. You will later that's gonna get that water love for food and I'll for you give us may go out 0 to 3. I'm kind of hanging a lid. Butter is not we are reminded because champ another hang clue connects level but a lava crop. Yeah, done and for section that funny police never was her calls out down there to him speaking for I want to open the good slide at the rate of thinking what more whole guy from New Year that we have good mad you and examine them so thing is I'll start to put them unlog all boys her saying he was in the porches but our application so we are no lower better enough play Evans we actually visit I mean to do chef but that's we found Shannon Natalie and I know why pay me in the distance like to insane a later the long 61 the when she can lay no but I take doing them is negative but I needed them and ourselves looking at the come for about call might have been let's go off the ring oh didn't it for him did I remember the routine the path weren't you I we would like our holidays are working no we know and sworn through scoring good luck. Well, it's best to shoot me. And so, and then what's just nice, like, because now you can hold me. What, and just reflecting, and that's Jedi, and get them, never by the whatever shows, and time real. What, and this will not air, and when you hold, mission, never heard from Love, you kill, and they rise, yeah, that up a hot, and the other starts, and the young, Elena is up, when I can, the Mario, it's green, and to that, what, instead of those threats, trip, and honey, measure bit, and all of that is entitled, the Aaron could be children of the next, rather, and long out, met more, and can, you got to do it. It is a Charlie, and they call it, as no well, anyway, the distance and away with Miss Clinton, the night, and the argument, the whip and middle mess, and taking it to never a liar's room, and we not hate Edwin, personally, or like, dress can feel like, let's meal down, I mean, the end of the here on Nerve, no, Leah Suddenberg, no, and we went, and it's like, and but it's you, as a child, get away, when you didn't like here with his like March, we Jack, Dill, what is it, you know, the city, you might have the witch, it's as an idiot, or I am threatened, well, you know, with it, to Holly, email you, I've said that, when generally you think to work out a murder, I don't really mind, but now you're looking shy, but I have to show up, needing to new couple of rats, may, once it looks to stood out, open the animal, help, I don't get help, go on, there's any, sure, now there, and I reckon, well, I'm young, just get friends, damn it, lick ears, make a rupture, devil, let's look at my walls, just this year again, can't over to oh, it's surgery. It's not a another bird. Yeah, you don't think we would flirt and frill over in dadrum. You've been murdered. Nice. So, July, the round such a yes, isn't these workers? They love it now. What would it like? Cranky ignition. What starter? You want to wait. What bar should look like? She was a lot of protective, but right now it's general. Near Zerd. All that's named on me or Hilden Sunday. This has the purpose of the chant of Avon. And harmonics and Jarla. Master. That repeating. Which is a fool. Alter out there. We could lose. I'd win into the hits. Him. So, got a mention of this. Ramming minds. Again, any James Groy. Give away a hood. Hell, you're Ellen Shings. Thanks to my Elaine. Actually, I'm telling you.
You're telling me this conspiracy involves multiple respected families?
I'm telling you that Theodore Ashton documented crimes involving several prominent families, and someone has been using that evidence for modern blackmail and money laundering.
Elena's voice carried the professional certainty of someone who'd seen similar schemes.
The ornament collection was just the storage method.
Holly thought about the festival planning meeting, remembering how the Hendricks had systematically gathered information about local collections.
They're not just looking for evidence. They're trying to complete the collection, get all the ornaments back so they can destroy the evidence entirely.
Which means anyone who has pieces from that collection is in danger,
Webb said.
Grace Pettigrew,
Holly said immediately.
She has ornaments and papers from Theodore Ashton's house. If they find out...
They already know,
Elena interrupted.
Remember yesterday? Bob Hendricks was very interested in scheduling a private viewing of her collection.
Webb was already reaching for his radio.
I'll have a patrol car swing by her shop every hour.
That might not be enough,
Holly said.
Grace doesn't understand the danger. She thinks she's just showing off family heirlooms.
Elena saved the files and began closing her laptop.
We need to get to her before they do. Explain the situation and secure whatever evidence she has.
And then what?
Jasper asked. Webb stood up, his expression grim but determined.
Then we set a trap. If these people want the complete collection badly enough to kill for it, we give them what they want, under controlled circumstances.
Holly felt her stomach tighten.
You mean use Grace as bait?
I mean use the ornaments as bait, with proper protection for everyone involved.
Webb's tone brooked no argument.
But first, we need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Let's go see what Mrs. Pettigrew has been keeping in her basement.
As they gathered their materials and prepared to leave, Holly realized how much had changed since yesterday. What had started as a personal investigation into a mysterious USB drive had become an official police operation involving multiple suspects and potential victims. But at least now they had professional backup, sophisticated analysis of the evidence, and a clear understanding of what they were up against. Elena's expertise had transformed scattered clues into a coherent picture of criminal conspiracy. The Christmas Ornament Festival was tomorrow, and Holly had the feeling it was going to be more than just a celebration of holiday traditions. If they were right about the scope of this conspiracy, the festival would provide the perfect cover for the criminals to make their final moves. She just hoped they could stay ahead of them long enough to protect Grace and expose the truth about Theodore Ashton's century-old secrets. As they left the sheriff's office and headed toward Main Street, Holly noticed Elena checking her phone with the practiced awareness of someone accustomed to danger.
Problem?
She asked.
Just staying alert.
Elena replied.
In my experience, when criminals realize law enforcement is involved, they tend to accelerate their timeline.
Holly looked around the peaceful morning streets of Millbrook Falls, noting the holiday decorations and festival preparations that made everything look festive and safe. But she was learning that appearances could be deceiving, especially when century-old crimes cast shadows over modern lives. The only question now was whether they could solve Theodore Ashton's puzzle before it claimed any more victims, and whether Grace Pettigrew's basement held the final pieces they needed or the final target the killers were hunting. 6. Ornamental evidence. Grace Pettigrew's antique shop occupied a narrow Victorian cottage that had been converted for retail use sometime in the 1970s. Unlike the grander storefronts on Main Street, Memories and More felt more like visiting someone's grandmother's parlor, which, Holly reflected as Grace led them through displays of carefully organized treasures, was probably the point.
I'm so glad you could come this morning,
Grace said, setting down a tea service on a small table between overstuffed chairs. Sheriff Webb accepted a delicate china cup with the careful handling of someone unaccustomed to antiques. Elena and Holly exchanged glances. They'd briefed Webb on the drive over, but seeing Grace's trusting enthusiasm made the potential danger feel more real.
Mrs. Pettigrew!
Webb said gently.
Before we look at the collection, I need to explain why we're here. This isn't just about the festival display.
Grace's blue eyes sharpened with the kind of intelligence that Holly was learning not to underestimate.
This is about Marcus's murder, isn't it? And those Christmas ornaments everyone's suddenly so interested in.
What makes you say that?
Elena asked.
Dear, I've been in the antique business for 40 years. When the same type of items suddenly become the center of multiple people's attention right after someone dies, it's not coincidence.
Grace set down her teacup with steady hands.
Plus, that nice Mr. Hendricks has called 3 times since yesterday, very eager to schedule an appointment.
Webb's expression tightened. 3 times? Oh, yes, very persistent. Something about wanting to authenticate pieces before I display them publicly. Grace's tone suggested she found their eagerness suspicious.
Though I told him I already have experts helping me.
She smiled at Holly and Elena.
Grace,
Holly said carefully.
we think the ornaments you inherited from Theodore Ashton might contain more than just sentimental value. There could be evidence hidden inside them.
Evidence of what?
Elena leaned forward.
Financial crimes. Both historical ones from the 1920s and modern ones happening right here in Millbrook Falls.
Grace was quiet for a long moment, studying their faces. Finally, she sighed.
I wondered when this day would come. Grandmother always said those items carried secrets that might surface someday.
She stood up with the brisk efficiency of someone making a decision.
Well then, you'd better see what we're dealing with.
She led them through the shop to a door marked Private that opened onto a narrow staircase leading down to the basement. The space below had been finished into a climate-controlled storage area with archival boxes neatly labeled and arranged on metal shelving.
Grandmother was very organized,
Grace explained, pulling on white cotton gloves before handling anything.
She cataloged everything Mr. Ashton left behind, including detailed notes about where each item came from in his house.
She moved to a section labeled Ashton Collection and began removing acid-free boxes from the shelves.
The ornaments are in here, along with some books and papers she thought might be important.
The first box contained 8 Christmas ornaments, each wrapped in museum-quality tissue paper. Even more beautiful than the ones Holly had seen at the estate sale, these pieces showed the same exceptional craftsmanship and mysterious weight distribution.
My grandmother was Mr. Ashton's secretary at the bank,
Grace explained. as Elena photographed each ornament.
When he disappeared, she was left to pack up his office and coordinate the sale of his house. She kept a few items that seemed too personal to sell to strangers.
Webb examined one of the ornaments, a deep red sphere with intricate gold.
Did she ever mention why Ashton left so suddenly?
She always said he seemed frightened in the weeks before he disappeared, working late, asking strange questions about other customers' accounts.
Grace opened a second box, this one containing leather-bound ledgers and manila folders.
She found these hidden in his office safe the day after he vanished.
Elena's eyes lit up as she saw the documents.
May I?
Grace nodded, and Elena carefully lifted out the first ledger. The pages contained handwritten entries in the same careful script Holly had seen in the USB drive files. Dates, names, amounts, and detailed notes about financial irregularities.
This is incredible,
Elena murmured, photographing pages.
He was documenting systematic fraud involving multiple banks and businesses. Look at these names. Odd match.
She showed the ledger to Webb. Holly recognized several family names from their research, including some that were still prominent in modern Millbrook Falls.
He wasn't just stealing money. He was exposing a whole network of corruption.
Which explains why he had to disappear,
Webb said grimly.
If these people realized what he knew.
Jasper, who had been quietly examining the ornaments, suddenly looked up.
Grace, did your grandmother ever mention anything about hidden compartments or secret mechanisms in these pieces?
Actually, yes. She found one ornament already open when she was packing Mr. Ashton's house, this angel tree topper.
Grace lifted a spectacular piece from the box, its silver wings catching the basement's fluorescent lights.
The head comes off, see? And there was a rolled paper inside.
She handed Jasper a small cylinder of aged parchment. He unrolled it carefully, revealing a list of names and numbers written in Theodore Ashton's precise handwriting.
It's like an index,
Holly realized.
Each number corresponds to a different ornament. And each ornament probably contains evidence about specific crimes or people.
Elena was already examining the other ornaments with her jeweler's loupe, looking for hidden mechanisms.
This one has the same type of lever Holly found in her silver bell,
she said, pointing to a green tree ornament.
And this star has a seam that suggests the points unscrew.
How many pieces do you have total?
Webb asked. Grace consulted her grandmother's inventory list.
12 ornaments plus the angel tree topper, but according to this, Mr. Ashton's original collection had 24 pieces.
Which means the other pieces are scattered around town,
Holly said.
Patricia Wells has 6, I have 3, and whoever bought the rest from the estate sale has the remainder.
Elena's phone buzzed and she frowned at the screen.
We have a problem. I've been monitoring police scanner traffic, and there's a report of a break-in at Patricia Wells' gallery.
Webb was already reaching for his radio. When?
20 minutes ago. No injuries reported, but the caller mentioned damage to a holiday display.
Grace paled.
They're going after anyone who has ornaments from the collection.
Which means you're next.
Holly said.
Grace, you can't stay here alone.
Oh, I don't intend to.
Grace began carefully repacking the ornaments and documents.
If these items are evidence of serious crimes, they belong in police custody. But first, let me show you one more thing.
She led them to a corner of the basement where a large filing cabinet stood against the wall. From the bottom drawer, she pulled out a manila envelope marked for legal authorities, open only if something happens to Theodore Ashton. Webb took the envelope with steady hands. Inside were photocopies of bank records, correspondence, and what appeared to be confession letters written by Theodore Ashton himself.
He knew he was in danger, points a
Elena said, reading over Webb's shoulder.
Listen to this. If something happens to me before I can expose the truth, I have hidden complete evidence of financial crimes involving prominent families in Millbrook Falls. The evidence is contained within my Christmas ornament collection, with each piece corresponding to specific crimes and perpetrators.
Jasper looked up from the confession letter.
He turned his evidence collection into a treasure hunt. Even if someone found 1 or 2 pieces, they couldn't get the complete picture without the whole set.
Smart man. But it also means whoever killed Marcus won't stop until they have every piece.
Holly thought about Patricia Wells' gallery being broken into, about the persistent phone calls Grace had been receiving, about the intruder at her own shop the night before.
They're escalating, working their way through everyone who has ornaments.
Then we need to move fast,
Elena said.
Grace, is there somewhere safe you can stay while we sort this out?
I have a sister in Denver. I could drive there this afternoon.
Good. Pack enough for a week.
Webb was already coordinating on his radio, arranging for patrol cars and crime scene units.
We'll secure the evidence and set up surveillance on your shop.
As they carefully loaded the Ashton collection into evidence boxes, Holly felt the weight of history settling around them. Theodore Ashton's century-old fears had become modern reality, and the secrets he'd hidden in Christmas ornaments were proving just as dangerous now as they'd been in 1924.
Sheriff,
she said as they prepared to leave the basement.
What about the festival tomorrow? If these people are getting desperate,
We'll be ready for them,
Webb replied grimly.
In fact, the festival might give us exactly the opportunity we need to end this.
Outside, memories and more. The afternoon sun cast long shadows down the street, and Holly could see festival workers setting up booths in the town square. Tomorrow, Millbrook Falls would be filled with visitors and vendors, creating the perfect cover for criminals making their final moves. But it would also provide the perfect opportunity for a well-coordinated trap. The Christmas ornaments that had started as Theodore Ashton's insurance policy were about to become the bait that would finally expose his killers, both past and present. Holly just hoped they could protect everyone who mattered before the deadly game of hide and seek reached its final, dangerous conclusion. 7. The Christmas List. The afternoon light slanted through the tall windows of Between the Lines as Holly spread Theodore Ashton's index across Jasper's research table. The aged parchment seemed fragile under the LED desk lamp, its careful notations a roadmap to crimes that had echoed through generations.
24 ornaments total,
Elena said, cross-referencing the list with her laptop files.
Each number corresponds to a specific family or business involved in the 1920s corruption network.
Jasper had closed the bookstore early, turning the open sign to Research in Progress and locking the front door. The familiar sanctuary of books and coffee felt safer with the blinds drawn and their investigation materials spread across every available surface.
look at this pattern,
Holly said, tracing the entries with her finger.
Ashton wasn't just documenting isolated crimes. He was mapping an entire shadow economy. Fake land deals, inflated municipal contracts, rigged bank loans.
Webb leaned over the documents, his weathered face grim.
And the families involved are still here, still in positions of influence.
Which explains the modern money laundering operation.
Elena added, highlighting names on her screen.
The descendants discovered Ashton's evidence and realized they could use it for blackmail while running their own updated version of the same schemes.
Holly felt a chill as she recognized several family names from the festival planning committee, the town council, even her own customer base.
These people have been hiding in plain sight for a century.
Not hiding,
Jasper corrected quietly.
thriving, building their reputations on the foundation of old crimes, then using blackmail to maintain their positions when the evidence surfaced.
Elena pulled up a financial analysis that made Holly's stomach drop.
The modern operation is sophisticated. They've been laundering money through antique sales, municipal contracts, even festival vendor fees. Every major community event has been a front for moving dirty money.
Including tomorrow's festival,
Webb said.
Especially tomorrow's festival.
Elena's expression was grim.
Look at these vendor payments. Several suspicious cash deposits just this week, all from businesses connected to the original Ashton families.
Holly thought about the festival planning meeting, remembering how certain vendors had seemed overly interested in booth locations and security arrangements.
They're not just participating in the festival. They're using it as their final operation.
Makes sense,
Webb said.
Large crowds, lots of cash transactions, multiple vendor booths for money movement. Perfect cover for cleaning whatever funds they've accumulated before disappearing.
Jasper looked up from a genealogical chart he'd been updating.
There's something else. Theodore Ashton's confession letter mentions a partner, someone who helped him document the crimes but escaped when Ashton disappeared.
A partner!
Elena leaned closer to read over his shoulder.
My associate has agreed to preserve evidence of our investigation, should I be unable to complete the work.
Jasper read aloud.
The truth must survive, even if we do not.
Holly felt pieces clicking into place.
Grace's grandmother. She wasn't just Ashton's secretary, she was his investigative partner. That's why she kept all those documents, why she preserved the ornaments so carefully.
And why she told Grace that the items carried secrets.
Elena added.
She was passing down a responsibility, not just an inheritance.
Webb's radio crackled, and he stepped away to take the call. Holly watched his expression grow increasingly serious as he listened to the report.
Patricia Wells is fine,
He said when he returned.
but her gallery was thoroughly searched. The ornaments she bought from Marcus's collection are missing, along with several other pieces from her holiday exhibition.
They got what they wanted, close quote.
Holly said.
Part of it. But they're still missing the pieces you have, Grace's collection, and whatever other ornaments were sold at the estate sale.
Webb consulted his notes.
We need to identify every buyer from that sale.
Elena was already.
I can cross-reference the estate sale records with the financial patterns in Marcus's files. See who else might be targets.
As she worked, Holly found herself studying Theodore Ashton's photograph in one of the newspaper articles. He'd been about her age when he'd disappeared, probably thinking he was protecting his community by documenting corruption. Instead, he'd created a weapon that had been turned against that same community a century later.
Elena,
She said slowly.
what if we're looking at this wrong? What if the criminals aren't trying to complete the collection to destroy it? What if they're trying to complete it to use it?
Elena's fingers paused on the keyboard.
Explain.
Think about it, they've been successfully blackmailing people for years using partial evidence. But with the complete collection, they'd have enough information to control the entire town. Every major family, every significant business, every position of authority.
Jasper looked up from his research.
A century-old insurance policy becomes a modern-day takeover plan.
Exactly. Why disappear when you can rule?
Holly felt the implications settling over her like a cold weight.
Tomorrow's festival isn't their exit strategy. It's their coronation.
Webb's expression darkened.
You're saying they plan to expose everyone at once? Force complete submission?
Or create enough chaos to seize control during the aftermath.
Elena said, her FBI training evident in her strategic thinking.
Destroy reputations, create power vacuums, position themselves as the only stable authority left.
Holly thought about Millbrook Falls, her adopted community, her chosen home, the place where she'd rebuilt her life. The idea of it being systematically destroyed by criminals hiding behind familiar faces made her furious.
We can't let that happen,
She said.
We won't,
Webb replied firmly.
but we need to be smart about this. If they're planning something big for tomorrow, we need to be ready.
Elena closed her laptop and began packing up the evidence.
We should coordinate with state and federal authorities. This is bigger than a local investigation now.
Agreed, but carefully.
Webb said.
If there are corrupt officials involved, we can't risk word getting back to them.
As they secured the documents and prepared to leave the bookstore, Holly realized how much had changed since she'd found that USB drive. What had started as curiosity about a hidden compartment had become a race to save her community from a conspiracy that stretched back a century.
Jasper,
She said as he locked up the shop.
are you worried about tomorrow?
He adjusted his glasses, a gesture she'd learned meant he was thinking carefully.
Worried? Yes. But also oddly hopeful.
Hopeful?
Theodore Ashton tried to expose these crimes and had to disappear. His partner preserved the evidence but couldn't act on it. Marcus discovered the truth but was killed before he could reveal it.
Jasper took her hand as they walked toward their car.
But we're not alone, and we're not defenseless. We have professional expertise, official backing, and a whole community worth protecting.
Holly squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his quiet confidence.
Plus, we know something they don't know we know.
What's that?
We know they're coming.
As they drove toward the sheriff's office to coordinate with Webb and Elena, Holly looked out at the festival preparations visible throughout town. Tomorrow, Millbrook Falls would be filled with families enjoying Christmas traditions, vendors selling holiday treasures, and children laughing at craft workshops. She was determined to make sure that's all that happened. The Christmas Ornament Festival would go on as planned, but it would be the criminals who got an unpleasant surprise, not the community they'd been preying on for generations. Theodore Ashton's evidence had waited a century for justice. Tomorrow, it would finally get its day. Winter wonderland of worry. The scent of cinnamon and vanilla drew Holly through the door of Sweet Endings Bakery, where Maeve stood behind the counter arranging miniature gingerbread houses in neat rows. Christmas music played softly overhead, and the warmth of the ovens made the space feel like a refuge from the December cold.
Perfect timing.
Maeve said, looking up with a flour-dusted smile.
I was just putting together the festival order for tomorrow. 3 dozen gingerbread ornaments, 200 sugar cookies, and enough hot chocolate mix to caffeinate half of Colorado.
Holly accepted the steaming mug Maeve offered, grateful for both the warmth and the normalcy. After spending the morning with Webb, coordinating security measures, she needed a few minutes with her best friend before diving back into the investigation.
How are you holding up?
Maeve asked, her blue eyes reflecting the concern that had been there since Marcus's murder.
This whole business with the ornaments and the break-ins. Danny's been worried sick about you.
I'm fine, really.
Holly took a sip of the hot chocolate, tasting hints of peppermint and dark chocolate that spoke to Maeve's talent for making everything better with food.
Though I did want to talk to you about something, Webb asked me to pass along some general safety information about the festival.
Maeve's expression sharpened.
What kind of safety information?
Just precautions. There have been some thefts recently. People targeting vintage Christmas decorations specifically.
Holly chose her words carefully, staying within what Webb had cleared her to share.
He wants vendors to be extra careful about cash handling and to report anyone asking unusual questions about antique pieces.
Unusual how?
Too much interest in where items came from, who owned them previously, that sort of thing.
Holly watched Maeve's face.
Have you noticed anyone like that around the bakery?
Actually, yes. This older couple came in yesterday asking about local families who might have vintage ornament collections.
Maeve wiped her hands on her apron, frowning.
They seemed nice enough, but something felt off about their questions. Too specific, you know.
Holly's pulse quickened.
Bob and Carol Hendricks? Question.
That's them. Do you know them?
We've met. What did you tell them?
Not much. I mentioned that Mrs. Patterson has some lovely old pieces, and Grace Pettigrew, obviously.
Maeve paused, studying Holly's expression.
Should I not have?
It's probably fine. But if they come back, maybe don't volunteer information about people's collections. Latery and
Holly tried to keep her tone casual.
Just until Webb sorts out these thefts.
Maeve nodded, but Holly could see her friend's instincts kicking in. After 15 years of friendship, Maeve could read Holly's worried expressions like a recipe.
There's more to this, isn't there?
Maeve said quietly.
This isn't just about some random break-ins.
Before Holly could answer, the bakery's back door opened, and Danny O'Sullivan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray of cooling cookies. His red hair was disheveled, and his apron bore evidence of a productive morning, but his smile was warm as always.
Holly, good to see you.
He set down the tray and gave her a quick hug that smelled of flour and Irish Spring soap.
Maeve's been fretting about you since all this business started.
I have not been fretting.
Maeve protested.
I've been appropriately concerned.
Same thing,
Danny said with a grin.
Though speaking of ornaments, I've been meaning to ask your advice about something.
Holly felt Alina's training kicking in, the ability to sense when information was about to surface.
What kind of advice?
Well, you know my grandmother passed last spring?
Danny's expression grew thoughtful.
When we were cleaning out her attic, we found this box of Christmas decorations. Really old ones. Beautiful craftsmanship. I've been thinking about selling a few pieces to help with Maeve's expansion plans.
Holly's coffee mug nearly slipped from her hands.
Old how?
1920s, maybe earlier. German glass from what I can tell. There's even this angel tree topper that looks like it belongs in a museum.
Danny's enthusiasm was evident.
Grandmother always said they came from some banker she worked for back in the day, but I never paid much attention to family stories.
The bakery suddenly felt too warm. Holly exchanged a glance with Maeve, who had gone very still behind the counter.
Danny,
Holly said carefully.
what was your grandmother's maiden name?
Fitzgerald. Margaret Fitzgerald. She worked at the bank for years before she married grandfather.
Danny looked between Holly and Maeve, finally noticing their expressions.
Why? Is something wrong?
Holly's mind raced through the genealogical research Jasper had been doing. Margaret Fitzgerald. She'd seen that name in Theodore Ashton's papers, listed as one of his trusted employees.
Danny, those ornaments might be more significant than you realize.
She said.
Could I take a look at them, just to help with authentication?
Of course. They're still in grandmother's house. We haven't moved them yet.
Danny's brow furrowed.
But Holly, you're scaring me a little. What's this really about?
Maeve moved closer to her husband, her protective instincts clearly engaged.
Danny, show Holly the photo.
What photo?
The one you took of the angel. It's on your phone.
Danny pulled out his phone and scrolled through his photos until he found what he was looking for. The image made Holly's breath catch. A spectacular silver angel with intricate filigree wings and the same distinctive craftsmanship she'd seen in the other Ashton pieces. Danny, she said quietly.
I need you to listen to me very carefully. Those ornaments might be connected to Marcus Whitfield's murder.
The color drained from Danny's face.
Connected how?
Holly looked around the empty bakery, then made a decision.
Can you close up for a few minutes? This is something you both need to understand.
20 minutes later, Holly had explained as much as she could without compromising Webb's investigation. Danny sat in stunned silence, while Maeve held his hand, her own face pale with worry.
Mistake in Terrell 70s. It is not peace in Ame. How you remembered by Problem 7,
Danny said slowly,
that my grandmother's Christmas ornaments contain evidence of crimes from a century ago and someone killed Marcus to get them.
That's our working theory.
Holly confirmed.
And anyone who has pieces from that collection could be in danger.
But who would know that Danny has them?
Maeve asked.
Anyone who's been systematically researching local families and their connections to Theodore Ashton.
Holly thought about the Hendrixes' questions. Their persistent interest in local
The same people who've been asking you about vintage ornaments.
This is insane. Grandmother's been dead for 8 months. How could anyone know about ornaments sitting in her attic?
Estate records, probate filings, family genealogy research.
Holly said.
If someone was determined enough to trace every piece of that collection, they'd eventually connect your grandmother to Theodore Ashton.
What do we do?
Maeve asked.
First, don't go to the house alone.
Holly said firmly.
If you need to retrieve the ornaments, take Webb with you or let his deputies handle it. Second, be extra careful during the festival tomorrow. Watch for anyone asking too many questions or showing unusual interest in your family history.
Danny stopped pacing and looked at Holly with the kind of direct gaze that had always made him a good judge of character.
You think something's going to happen tomorrow, don't you?
Holly hesitated, then decided honesty was the safest approach.
I think whoever killed Marcus is getting desperate. The festival provides a lot of cover for movement around town, and it's probably their last chance to complete whatever they're planning.
Then maybe we shouldn't participate,
Maeve said.
Actually, that might be more dangerous.
Holly replied.
Acting normally, staying in public view, keeping to your regular routines. That's probably safer than hiding.
The bakery's front door chimed and Alina entered with the measured pace of someone who'd spotted their location and decided to join them. Her dark coat was dusted with snow and her expression carried the focused intensity Holly was learning to recognize.
Sorry to interrupt,
Elena said.
but I saw you through the window and thought you should know we just got word that someone broke into the Morrison house this morning.
Holly felt her stomach drop.
Harold Morrison?
His nephew Trace called it in. The house was searched, and several items were taken from the Christmas decorations in the attic.
Elena's gaze moved to Danny and Maeve.
I take it this is about the O'Sullivan collection?
You know about that?
Danny asked.
I know about all the potential collections.
Elena said grimly.
We've been mapping every family connection to Theodore Ashton. Margaret Fitzgerald was his secretary before she married into the O'Sullivan family.
Maeve squeezed Danny's hand tighter.
So we're definitely targets.
Probably.
Elena confirmed.
But we're prepared for that now. Webb has surveillance teams ready, and we've coordinated with state police for additional backup during the festival.
Holly watched her friends process this information, seeing the fear, but also the determination that had always defined the O'Sullivan marriage. They'd faced challenges before: Maeve's bakery expansion, Danny's job uncertainty, the normal struggles of small business owners, but nothing like this.
What can we do to help?
Maeve asked. Elena smiled for the first time since entering the bakery.
Keep doing exactly what you're doing. Act normal, follow your festival schedule, but stay alert and trust that we're going to catch these people before they hurt anyone else.
After Elena left to coordinate with Webb, Holly helped Maeve finish the festival preparations, while Danny called his cousin to arrange secure storage for their grandmother's ornaments. The normalcy of measuring flour and arranging cookies felt surreal against the backdrop of criminal conspiracy, but Holly found it oddly comforting.
You know what's strange?
Maeve said as they packaged the last batch of gingerbread.
I'm not as scared as I thought I'd be.
Really?
Maybe it's because we finally understand what's happening. All week, there's been this sense of something wrong in town, something threatening that we couldn't identify.
Maeve tied ribbon around a box of cookies with practiced efficiency.
Now we know what it is, and we know good people are working to stop it.
Holly smiled, remembering why she'd chosen Millbrook Falls as her home. The community's strength didn't come from pretending problems didn't exist. It came from facing them together.
Besides,
Maeve added with a grin that was purely her own.
After surviving last year's murder mystery, this almost feels routine.
Let's hope it stays routine,
Holly said.
I've had enough excitement to last several lifetimes.
As she walked back toward Main Street through the falling snow, Holly knew that tomorrow's festival would be anything but routine. The Christmas Ornament Festival would either mark the end of a century-old criminal conspiracy or become the setting for its most dangerous escalation. She just hoped they were as ready as Elena claimed they were. The snow continued to fall, covering Millbrook Falls in pristine white that made everything look peaceful and innocent. But Holly had learned that appearances could be deceiving, especially when long-buried secrets were finally coming to light. Tomorrow would reveal whether Theodore Ashton's evidence would finally bring justice or whether his century-old fears would prove prophetic. Either way, the waiting was almost over. Well, Festival of Lights. Festival of Lies. The morning of the Christmas Ornament Festival dawned crisp and clear with fresh snow sparkling under bright December sunshine. Holly stood in the doorway of Frosted Memories, watching vendors set up their booths in the town square, while trying to spot the undercover officers Webb had promised would be circulating through the crowd.
Ready for this?
Elena asked, appearing at her elbow with 2 cups of coffee and the kind of calm alertness that suggested she'd already been awake for hours.
As ready as I can be for my first festival as bait,
Holly replied, accepting the coffee gratefully. Through her shop window, she could see her carefully arranged display of vintage globes and holiday collectibles, including the 3 ornaments from Theodore Ashton's collection, now serving as honey to attract very dangerous bees. The festival had officially opened an hour ago, and Main Street already buzzed with the energy of a successful community event. Families strolled between vendor booths, children pointed excitedly at handcrafted ornaments, and the scent of Maeve's hot chocolate mingled with pine wreaths and wood smoke from the warming station.
Webb's people are in position,
Elena said quietly, gesturing subtly toward a woman browsing jewelry, who moved with the controlled awareness of law enforcement.
2 at the bakery, 1 near Grace's empty shop, roving patrols throughout the square.
Holly nodded, then straightened as she spotted Bob and Carol Hendricks approaching her booth. They moved with the same polished confidence she'd observed before, but today something felt different, more focused, more urgent.
Holly!
Carol's smile was brilliant as she approached the display table.
What a wonderful selection. We were hoping to browse your vintage pieces.
Of course.
Holly replied, matching Carol's friendly tone while mentally cataloging everything Elena had taught her about reading body language.
Are you looking for anything specific?
Bob's attention had already zeroed in on the Ashton ornaments, positioned prominently among Holly's other vintage pieces.
These are exceptional,
He said, lifting the silver bell with hands that were steadier than Marcus's had been.
German craftsmanship, probably commissioned work.
Holly watched his examination of the ornament, noting how he tested the weight distribution, just as she had that first day.
You have a good eye. Those pieces have quite a history.
Do they?
Carol moved closer, her camera appearing with practiced smoothness.
Would you mind if I photographed them for authentication purposes?
I'd prefer you didn't. The special...
Holly said politely.
They're not for sale, and I'm still researching their provenance.
The slight tightening around Bob's eyes confirmed Elena's assessment. These weren't casual collectors.
Perhaps we could discuss a private sale. We're prepared to offer well above market value.
I'm flattered, but they're not available.
Holly kept her voice pleasant while positioning herself between the Hendricks and her display.
Though if you're interested in similar pieces, Patricia Wells had some lovely examples at her gallery.
Carol's question came too quickly, revealing knowledge she shouldn't possess.
Before the break-in,
Holly clarified, watching both Hendricks carefully.
such a shame about the theft.
Bob set down the silver bell with obvious reluctance.
Yes, we heard about that. Very unfortunate.
His gaze moved past Holly into the shop interior.
Do you have other pieces from the same collection?
What makes you think they're from a collection?
Holly asked.
The consistency of craftsmanship, the matching metalwork patterns.
Carol said smoothly.
Clearly commissioned as a set by someone with excellent taste and substantial means.
Holly felt the conversation moving into dangerous territory. These people knew far more about the ornaments than they were admitting, and their questions felt like probing for weakness.
Well, if you change your mind about selling,
Bob said, producing an elegant business card.
we'd be very interested in discussing terms.
After they moved on, Elena materialized beside Holly's booth with the casual air of a festival goer browsing nearby vendors.
Thoughts?
Holly asked quietly.
Professional interrogation techniques disguised as casual conversation.
Elena replied.
They were mapping your knowledge level and testing your willingness to cooperate.
And when I wasn't cooperative?
They moved to subtle intimidation, the pointed questions about other pieces, the emphasis on their financial resources.
Elena pretended to examine a vintage globe while speaking.
Classic pressure tactics.
Holly watched the Hendricks move through the festival crowd, noting how they approached other vendors with vintage items. Their pattern was becoming clear. Systematic information gathering about who had what, where items are stored, who might be vulnerable.
Elena,
She said suddenly.
they're not just looking for ornaments. They're identifying targets.
What do you mean?
Look at how they're moving through the crowd. They're not browsing. They're conducting surveillance.
Holly pointed toward the town square where Carol was photographing vendor booth layouts while Bob engaged elderly sellers in lengthy conversations.
They're mapping the entire festival.
Elena's expression sharpened as she followed Holly's observation.
Escape routes, security gaps, vulnerable individuals.
She pulled out her phone.
I need to update web.
While Elena made her call, Holly noticed Jasper approaching from the direction of Between the Lines, carrying a box of books for the literacy fundraising booth. His familiar presence felt reassuring after the tense encounter with the Hendricks.
How's our first festival morning as amateur detectives?
He asked, setting down his box and giving Holly a quick kiss that tasted of coffee and winter air.
Educational?
Holly replied.
The Hendricks are definitely more than they appear to be.
I figured. They stopped by the bookstore earlier asking about local history resources, specifically genealogical records and property ownership documents.
Holly felt alarm bells going off.
What did you tell them?
That most historical records are kept at the county courthouse, though the Historical Society has some family documents.
Jasper's expression grew concerned.
Should I have said something different?
No, you did fine. But it confirms they're researching more than just ornament collections.
Holly looked around the bustling festival, seeing it with new eyes.
They're building a complete picture of the community. Who owns what, who has access to what, who might have inherited items from the 1920s.
Elena returned from her phone call with a grim expression.
Webb's mobilizing additional units. We also just got word that someone attempted to break into the Historical Society building last night.
The Historical Society.
Jasper looked genuinely shocked.
But there's nothing valuable there. Just old documents and photographs.
Exactly.
Elena said.
Documents that might contain information about Theodore Ashton and the families involved in his evidence collection.
Holly watched the Hendricks continue their methodical progress through the festival, speaking with vendors, photographing displays, and taking detailed notes. Their behavior was beginning to attract attention from other festival goers. Several people had commented on the unusual number of photographs and questions.
They're getting sloppy.
She observed.
Too obvious, too rushed.
Which means they're working under pressure.
Elena agreed.
Something's forcing them to accelerate their timeline.
A commotion near the town square gazebo caught Holly's attention. Patricia Wells stood beside her replacement holiday display, gesticulating emphatically while speaking to Sheriff Webb. Even from a distance, Holly could see that Patricia was upset about something.
Excuse me,
she told Elena and Jasper, then made her way through the crowd toward the disturbance.
Absolutely inappropriate,
Patricia was saying as Holly approached.
I understand there are security concerns, but accusing my customers of criminal activity is completely unprofessional.
Mrs. Wells,
Webb said with the patient tone of someone who'd been having this conversation for several minutes.
I simply asked you to be cautious about sharing information regarding your collection's provenance.
And I told you that proper authentication requires detailed provenance discussion.
Patricia shot back.
I can't do my job if I'm expected to treat every collector as a potential criminal.
Holly stepped closer, catching Webb's eye.
Is there a problem?
Mrs. Wells is concerned about security restrictions affecting her business,
Webb said diplomatically. Patricia turned to Holly with obvious relief. Of course, Holly said carefully.
Though given recent thefts, extra caution might be warranted.
That's exactly what I told the Hendricks when they asked about my remaining inventory,
Patricia said.
I explained that I couldn't discuss specific pieces without proper documentation and verification.
Holly felt Elena tense beside her.
The Hendricks asked about your remaining inventory?
About 20 minutes ago. They seemed particularly interested in whether I had other pieces from the same collection as the stolen ornaments.
Patricia's expression grew thoughtful.
Actually, their questions were rather specific, almost as if they knew exactly what had been taken.
Webb and Elena exchanged glances that Holly could read easily. This was the confirmation they'd been waiting for. Mrs. Wells, Webb said.
I'd like you to come to the station after the festival and give me a detailed statement about that conversation.
Is this really necessary?
Patricia asked.
They seemed like legitimate collectors.
Humor me,
Webb replied. As Patricia moved away to tend to her customers, Webb pulled Holly and Elena aside.
They're moving faster than we anticipated,
he said quietly.
3 more attempted break-ins last night. The Historical Society, the Morrison House again, and someone tried to get into Grace's shop, despite the police tape.
They're getting desperate,
Elena said.
Which makes them more dangerous.
Holly looked around the festival, seeing families enjoying holiday traditions, while criminals moved among them like wolves among sheep. The contrast between innocence and menace made her stomach tighten.
Webb,
she said.
What if we're thinking about this wrong? What if they're not planning to steal the remaining ornaments during the festival?
What do you mean?
What if they're planning to force people to give them up?
Holly thought about the Hendricks' systematic information gathering, their detailed documentation of who had what.
They've identified every potential target. What if their plan is to create a situation where people have no choice but to cooperate?
Elena's expression grew grim.
A hostage situation. Take control of the festival. Use the crowd as leverage.
The ultimate insurance policy,
Webb said quietly.
Give us the evidence, or innocent people get hurt.
Holly felt the weight of responsibility settling over her like a cold blanket. By participating in this trap, By using the festival as bait, had they inadvertently put the entire community at risk?
We need to be ready for anything,
she said.
Webb nodded grimly.
We will be. But Holly, if things go wrong, your job is to get yourself and Jasper to safety. Don't try to be a hero.
I'll try,
Holly said, though they all knew that if it came down to protecting her community, heroism might not be optional. The Christmas Ornament Festival continued around them, filled with laughter and holiday joy. But beneath the surface, Holly could feel the tension building like pressure before a storm. Theodore Ashton's century-old secrets were about to demand their final price, and Holly just hoped they were ready to pay it without losing everything they were trying to protect. 10. By afternoon, Frosted Memories had transformed into the bustling center of the festival's vintage ornament crafting workshop. Holly had moved most of her regular inventory to make room for demonstration tables, where festival goers could learn traditional glass painting techniques and wire wrapping methods that had been used for over a century.
The secret to authentic Victorian ornament painting,
Holly explained to the dozen participants gathered around her workstation,
is layering translucent colors to create depth without obscuring the light that passes through the glass.
Elena moved through the group with practiced ease, ostensibly helping participants but actually maintaining visual contact with everyone who entered or left the shop. Her presence felt reassuring. A trained professional, disguised as an enthusiastic festival volunteer. Jasper managed the crowd flow from his position near the front door, directing people to available workspace and answering questions about the historical context of different ornament styles. His knowledge of Victorian Christmas traditions had made him an invaluable part of the demonstration.
Now the key to wire wrapping is tension.
Holly continued, demonstrating the technique on a plain glass ball.
Too loose and it won't hold. Too tight and you'll crack the glass.
Carol Hendricks appeared at Holly's elbow with the silent approach she perfected.
Fascinating technique. I'm curious about authentication methods for pieces this old. How would you verify that hidden compartments are original rather than later modifications?
The question stopped Holly's demonstration mid-motion. Around the table, other participants looked up with polite interest, unaware that Carol had just asked about the exact feature that made the Ashton ornament so dangerous.
Hidden compartments?
Asked Mrs. Patterson, an elderly participant who'd been carefully painting holly leaves on her ornament.
How exciting. Like secret jewelry boxes?
Some Victorian ornaments did incorporate small storage spaces,
Holly said carefully, aware that Elena had moved closer.
though they're quite rare and difficult to authenticate without proper equipment.
Carol's eyes gleamed with interest.
What kind of equipment would be required?
Before Holly could answer, Jerome Fletcher burst through the front door with the frantic energy of someone who'd been running. His thin face was flushed with cold and exertion, and his nervous gestures seemed more pronounced than usual.
Holly, thank goodness you're here,
he said, slightly out of breath.
I need to speak with you about Marcus's collection. It's urgent.
The workshop participants looked up with the curiosity of people sensing drama. Holly exchanged a glance with Elena, who gave an almost imperceptible nod.
Of course, Jerome. Let me just finish demonstrating this technique.
Holly completed the wire wrapping process while her mind raced. Jerome's timing felt suspicious. His urgency manufactured.
Actually,
Carol interjected smoothly.
perhaps Mr. Fletcher could share his expertise while you work. I'd love to hear a professional dealer's perspective on authentication methods.
Jerome's nervous energy seemed to ratchet up another notch.
I really need to speak with Holly privately. It's about some papers Marcus left, concerning specific pieces in his collection.
Holly caught Elena's eye and saw her own suspicion reflected there. Jerome's behavior was off. Too insistent, too specific about papers and collections in front of a room full of people.
Why don't we step into the workshop area?
Holly suggested.
Elena, could you take over the demonstration?
Of course.
Elena said, moving smoothly into Holly's position.
Now, who'd like to try the wire wrapping technique?
As Holly led Jerome toward the back of the shop, she noticed Carol Hendricks lingering near the demonstration table. Her attention clearly focused on overhearing their conversation rather than learning ornament crafts.
Jerome,
Holly said quietly, once they were in the workshop area.
What's this really about?
Jerome's nervous facade cracked slightly.
Look, I know you found something in one of Marcus's ornaments. Something important enough that people are getting killed over it.
Holly kept her expression neutral.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Don't play games with me,
Jerome said, his voice rising slightly.
Marcus told me he'd hidden evidence in some of the Christmas pieces. Insurance, he called it. Protection against the people who were blackmailing him.
Through the doorway, Holly could see Elena maintaining the workshop while clearly listening for any signs of trouble. The participants continued their crafting, unaware of the tension building in the back room.
If Marcus was being blackmailed,
Holly said carefully,
why didn't he go to the police?
Because they threatened more than just him.
Jerome replied.
They had information about other people, other families. Marcus said they could destroy half the town if they wanted to.
A crash from the main shop made both Holly and Jerome spin around. Through the doorway, Holly could see that someone had knocked over a display of glass ornaments, sending them scattering across the floor. Workshop participants jumped back as ornaments rolled under tables and behind display cases.
Oh, no.
Mrs. Patterson exclaimed, kneeling to gather the scattered pieces.
I'm so sorry, dear. I just bumped the table when I was reaching for more paint.
But Holly noticed Carol Hendricks moving with purpose among the chaos, ostensibly helping to collect ornaments, but actually examining each piece carefully before setting it aside. Her movements were too systematic, too focused.
Elena,
Holly called out.
Do you need help?
We're fine,
Elena replied, but her tone carried a warning.
Just a small accident.
Holly started to move toward the main room when Jerome grabbed her arm.
Wait.
He said urgently,
There's something else. Marcus left specific instructions about what to do if something happened to him. There's a safety deposit box with documents that prove everything.
Holly pulled her arm free, her instincts screaming that something was wrong. Jerome's story had too many convenient details, and his timing coincided too neatly with Carol's accident.
Where's the safety deposit box?
She asked.
First National, but I need the ornaments to prove his claims about the hidden evidence. Just one piece, to show the bank that his instructions were legitimate.
Through the doorway, Holly saw Elena straightening up from collecting ornaments, her expression alert, but Carol Hendricks was no longer visible among the workshop participants. Jerome, Holly said slowly.
How did you know I found something in an ornament?
Jerome's nervous energy suddenly stilled.
Marcus told me before he died. Said if anything happened to him, I should find the people who bought pieces from his collection.
But Marcus died the same night I bought the ornaments. We never spoke after the estate sale.
The realization hit them both at the same time. Jerome's story didn't make sense. Holly started to step toward the main room, but Jerome moved to block her path.
Please,
he said, and now his desperation seemed genuine.
They have my daughter. Carol's people took Susan yesterday. They said if I don't get them what they want, they'll hurt her.
Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December weather.
Jerome, where's your daughter supposed to be?
College, University of Denver. But when I called this morning, her roommate said she never came back from winter break.
Jerome's hand shook as he pulled out his phone.
Look at this.
The photo showed a young woman with Jerome's nervous eyes tied to a chair in what looked like a basement or storage room. Below the image was a text message. Get the ornaments or she disappears forever. Holly's protective instincts warred with her caution. If Jerome was telling the truth, an innocent young woman was in danger. But if this was an elaborate manipulation...
Elena!
Holly called out, moving quickly toward the main room. She emerged to find the workshop in organized chaos. Participants had been efficiently herded toward the front of the shop by Elena, who stood near the door with the controlled alertness of someone ready for trouble. But Carol Hendricks was nowhere to be seen.
Where did Carol go?
Holly asked.
Back door.
Elena said grimly.
About 30 seconds ago, carrying something wrapped in tissue paper.
Holly rushed her display area and quickly inventoried the pieces. Her heart sank as she realized what was missing.
The Blue Star ornament,
she said.
One of the Ashton pieces.
Elena was already on her radio, calling for backup.
We need units at all exits. Suspect has stolen evidence and may be armed.
Jerome appeared behind Holly, his face ashen.
You don't understand. If they don't get all the pieces, they'll kill Susan.
And if they do get all the pieces, they'll kill everyone who knows about them,
Elena replied sharply,
including your daughter.
The workshop participants had begun to realize something serious was happening. Mrs. Patterson clutched her painted ornament with worried eyes, while other festival goers whispered among themselves about police radios and missing evidence.
I need everyone to remain calm,
Elena announced to the group.
There's been a theft, but you're all perfectly safe. Sheriff's deputies will be here shortly to take statements.
Holly's mind raced through the implications. Carol had specifically targeted the workshop, used Jerome's desperation as a distraction, and managed to steal one of the key pieces of evidence. But more troubling was the realization that they'd been playing into the criminals' hands from the beginning. Elena, she said.
This was planned. They knew exactly which piece to take, exactly when to create the distraction.
Which means they have inside information about our investigation,
Elena replied.
And they're moving to their endgame.
Jerome sank into a chair, his nervous energy finally depleted.
What am I supposed to do? How do I get Susan back?
Holly looked at the frightened man, then at Elena's grim expression, then at the festival continuing outside her windows. Families were still enjoying holiday traditions, children were still laughing at craft demonstrations, and vendors were still selling Christmas treasures. But underneath the normalcy, a century-old conspiracy was reaching its conclusion, and Holly was beginning to understand that the Christmas Ornament Festival wasn't just providing cover for the criminals' activities. It was their target. Jerome, she said gently,
You're going to help us catch them, because that's the only way to save your daughter and everyone else they're threatening.
Outside, the December sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the festival grounds. Soon the evening events would begin. The tree lighting ceremony, the carol singing, the final celebration of Millbrook Falls' Christmas traditions. Holly just hoped they could stop the criminals before those traditions became the backdrop for something much darker than anyone had imagined. The Blue Star ornament was gone, but its theft had revealed more than Theodore Ashton's evidence ever could. The true scope of the conspiracy threatening her community. Now they just had to survive long enough to expose it. 11. Good King Wenceslas looked out. The guest room above Holly and Jasper's apartment had never felt more welcoming than it did that evening. With Alina's laptop open on the small desk and the three of them huddled around takeout containers from Maeve's bakery. Outside, snow fell steadily against the windows, muffling the sounds of the festival winding down and creating a cocoon of safety in the warm light of the table lamp.
I still can't believe Carol walked out with that ornament, right under our noses.
Holly said, picking at her soup while Tinsel claimed the warmest spot near the space heater.
Don't blame yourself,
Elena replied, reviewing files on her computer.
It was a coordinated operation. Jerome's distraction, the manufactured chaos, Carol's precise timing. They've done this before.
Jasper refilled their coffee cups, his movements careful and deliberate in the way Holly had learned meant he was thinking through problems.
What I don't understand is how they knew exactly which piece to take. The blue star wasn't randomly chosen.
Elena looked up from her screen, her expression grim.
That's what worries me most. They have detailed information about Theodore Ashton's numbering system, which means they either have access to documentation we haven't found, or
they have the complete index.
Holly finished.
Jerome mentioned papers Marcus left behind. What if he wasn't lying about that part?
It's possible,
Elena said.
Marcus could have created his own records based on what he discovered in the ornaments. The question is whether those records still exist, and who has access to them.
Holly moved to the window, looking down at Main Street, where festival cleanup crews worked under the streetlights. The normalcy of the scene felt deceptive after the day's events.
Elena, when you said they'd done this before, what did you mean?
The coordination, the timing, the way they manipulated Jerome's desperation.
Elena saved her work and closed the laptop.
In my experience, operations like this don't happen overnight. They've been planning this for months. maybe years.
Jasper joined Holly at the window, his arm settling around her shoulders with familiar comfort.
So they'll have contingency plans for whatever we try tomorrow.
Probably.
Elena agreed.
But they're also showing signs of desperation. The accelerated timeline, the willingness to operate in broad daylight, taking risks like theft during a public event, these aren't the actions of people in complete control.
Holly leaned into Jasper's warmth, drawing strength from his steady presence.
Webb said he'd have extra security for the evening events tomorrow. Tree lighting, carol service, the closing ceremony.
Good, but we need to be prepared for them to try something unexpected.
Elena stood and moved to her own bag, pulling out what looked like a small radio.
I've been monitoring police frequencies and festival communications. If something happens, we'll know about it immediately.
The radio crackled softly with routine traffic, security checks, vendor coordination, the normal business of a large community event. But Holly found the background chatter oddly reassuring, a reminder that professional people were watching over the festival.
Elena,
She said suddenly.
when you left the FBI, was it really just burnout?
Elena paused in adjusting the radio settings.
What makes you ask?
Something about the way you handle all this. The equipment, the tactical thinking, the way you read people.
Holly turned from the window.
You don't act like someone who walked away from law enforcement. You act like someone who's still very much in the game.
Elena was quiet for a long moment, her fingers still on the radio controls. Finally, she looked up with a rueful smile.
You're very observant.
Which means?
It means I took a leave of absence, not permanent retirement. And it means I've been in contact with my old unit about what's happening here.
Elena's expression grew serious.
Holly, what you've uncovered isn't just a local crime. The money laundering operation, the systematic use of antiques for financial crimes, we think it's part of a much larger network.
Jasper's arm tightened around Holly.
How much larger?
Multi-state, possibly international. Places like Millbrook Falls are perfect for them. Everyone trusts each other. And there aren't enough cops to watch everything.
Elena gestured toward her laptop.
The files on that USB drive contain patterns that match cases in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana.
Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter weather.
So we're not just dealing with local criminals.
No, you're dealing with professionals who've been using communities like yours as cover for sophisticated financial crimes.
Elena's voice carried the weight of someone who'd seen similar operations before.
Which is why federal resources are being quietly positioned to assist tomorrow.
Federal resources? ?
Holly asked.
Backup teams, technical support, coordination with state police.
Elena met Holly's gaze steadily.
We're not going to let these people destroy your community. Can't.
The radio crackled with a new transmission, and Elena quickly adjusted the volume. A voice reported routine patrol status, but something in the dispatcher's tone made Elena frown.
What is it?
Holly asked.
Probably nothing, but there's been an increase in radio traffic from the outer perimeters.
Elena made notes on a small pad.
Could be normal security protocols, or it could mean they're tracking movement.
Jasper moved to check the locks on the apartment door, his bookish demeanor replaced by protective alertness.
Should we be worried about staying here tonight?
Actually, this is probably the safest place you could be.
Elena said.
Multiple exit routes, good visibility of the street, and the sheriff knows exactly where to find us if needed.
Holly appreciated Elena's calm competence, the way she transformed potential fear into manageable security planning. Having a trained professional on their side felt like the difference between stumbling through danger and navigating it with purpose. Elena, she said, settling back at the table.
What happens after tomorrow? If we catch these people, expose the network, what then?
Then the real work begins.
Elena replied.
Financial crimes prosecution, asset recovery, identifying all the victims and communities that have been affected.
She paused.
And then I decide whether to return to federal service or stay here permanently.
Stay here.
Holly felt a spark of hope.
In Millbrook Falls.
I've been thinking about it. This community, the work we've done together, the way people support each other, it's what I was looking for when I left the FBI.
Elena's smile was genuine.
Plus, I think there might be a future in combining financial investigation with antique authentication. Specialized consulting for law enforcement and insurance companies.
Jasper looked up from his security check with interest.
That could work well with what Holly and I have been discussing. Research consulting, authentication services, historical investigation.
A three-way partnership?
Holly asked, surprised by how appealing the idea sounded.
Why not?
Where?
You have the antique expertise and community connections. Jasper has the historical research skills and local knowledge. And I have the financial crimes background and federal contacts.
The radio interrupted with another transmission, this one more urgent. Elena listened intently, her expression shifting to alert concern.
What?
Holly asked.
Patrol units are reporting suspicious vehicles in the area. Multiple cars with out-of-state plates, moving in coordinated patterns around the town perimeter.
Elena was already reaching for her phone.
I need to update my contact.
While Elena made her call, Holly and Jasper exchanged glances that carried a year's worth of shared experience with dangerous situations.
Here we go again,
Jasper said quietly.
At least this time we're not alone.
Holly replied.
And we know what we're dealing with.
Elena finished her call and returned to the table with a mixture of concern and determination on her face.
Federal teams are moving into position. The suspicious vehicles confirm that tomorrow's events are going to be more complicated than we hoped.
How complicated?
Holly asked.
The kind where innocent people could get hurt if we're not very careful.
Elena met both their gazes steadily.
Which is why I need you both to promise me something.
What, Enniscame?
If tomorrow gets dangerous, if the situation escalates beyond what local law enforcement can handle, you'll follow evacuation instructions without argument.
Elena's voice carried the authority of someone accustomed to life and death decisions.
Your job is to stay safe, not to be heroes.
Holly thought about her community, her friends, the festival goers who would be enjoying Christmas traditions while criminals moved among them with unknown plans.
I'll try,
she said, which was the most honest answer she could give. Elena nodded, apparently understanding that try was the best promise Holly could make when it came to protecting the people she cared about. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and somewhere in the darkness around Millbrook Falls, professional criminals were positioning themselves for whatever they planned to do during tomorrow's closing festivities. But inside the warm apartment, three very different people had formed an unlikely team, united by their determination to protect a community that had become home to all of them. Theodore Ashton's century-old evidence had brought them together, and tomorrow would determine whether his legacy would finally bring justice or become the catalyst for something much darker. The radio crackled softly in the background. Routine security checks, patrol confirmations, the steady chatter of people doing their jobs. Holly pulled her sweater tighter and watched the snow fall past the streetlights. Tomorrow would be dangerous. But for the first time since this whole mess started, she didn't feel like she was facing it alone. 12. We wish you a merry murder. The morning of the festival's second day dawned gray and overcast, with thick clouds promising more snow before evening. Holly stood at her shop window, watching early arrivals set up for the Christmas tree decorating competition in the town square. What should have been a joyful sight, families carrying boxes of ornaments, children running between the evergreens, now felt charged with tension.
Any sign of our friends?
Elena asked, joining her with coffee and the alert posture that had become familiar.
Not yet, but it's still early.
Holly accepted the mug gratefully, noting how Elena's eyes constantly scanned the square.
How long before the federal backup arrives?
They're already here. That man with the coffee cart, the woman walking the golden retriever, the couple setting up their booth over there.
Elena nodded subtly toward various figures.
They blend in well.
Holly studied the people Elena had indicated, impressed by how normal they looked. If she hadn't been told, she never would have suspected they were law enforcement.
The sheriff wants us to maintain normal festival participation.
Elena continued.
Keep your booth open. Interact with customers. but stay alert for anything unusual.
Define unusual. In a situation where everything feels wrong.
Holly said dryly. Jasper appeared in the doorway before Elena could respond, slightly out of breath.
Holly, you need to come to the square. Something's happened.
They followed him through the growing crowd to the center of the square, where a cluster of people had gathered around one of the larger Christmas trees. Holly could hear Sheriff Webb's voice cutting through the murmurs, calm but commanding.
Please step back, folks. Give us some room to work.
As they pushed through the crowd, Holly saw what had captured everyone's attention. Harold Morrison, the elderly banker who was Trace's uncle, lay among the lower branches of a 12-foot blue spruce. His face was pale, and a spectacular silver angel tree topper lay beside him, one of its delicate wings bent at an unnatural angle.
Is he?
Holly started to ask.
Dead.
Webb confirmed grimly as they approached. He kept his voice low, but his expression was grim.
Found about 20 minutes ago by Mrs. Chen when she came to decorate her family's tree.
Elena knelt beside the body, her trained eye taking in details.
The angel, is that what killed him?
Looks like it. Heavy piece, sharp edges on the wings. Someone used it like a weapon.
Webb glanced around at the crowd of festival-goers, many of whom had children present.
We need to process this scene quickly and get people moved along.
Holly stared at the angel tree topper, its intricate silver work catching the gray morning light. Even damaged, she could see it was a piece of exceptional craftsmanship, the same style and quality as the other Ashton ornaments, she said quietly.
That angel is from Theodore Ashton's collection.
The sheriff's expression sharpened.
You're sure?
Look at the metalwork, the engraving style. It matches the other pieces perfectly.
Holly crouched next to Elena, careful not to disturb the scene.
Harold Morrison was killed with evidence from our case.
Elena pulled out her phone and began photographing the scene.
We need to check if this piece has a hidden compartment like the others.
Not here!
Webb said firmly.
Too many civilians, too much attention.
He gestured toward the crowd, which had grown despite deputies' efforts to move people along.
Let's get the body to the coroner and examine the angel properly at the station.
As the coroner's team arrived and began their work, Holly noticed Trace Morrison pushing through the crowd, his young face stricken with grief and
Uncle Harold.
Trace called out, then stopped short when he saw the covered form being...
Oh, God, what happened?
Webb intercepted him before he could get closer to the scene.
I'm sorry, son. It looks like your uncle was attacked during the night.
Attacked? But why? Uncle Harold never hurt anyone.
Trace's voice cracked with shock.
He was just a banker. He helped people with their mortgages and retirement planning.
Holly exchanged a glance with Elena. Harold Morrison's name had appeared in their research, connected to one of the families Theodore Ashton had documented. If the killers were working through a list, Trace's uncle had been a target all along.
Trace,
Holly said gently.
When did you last see your uncle?
Yesterday afternoon. He was excited about the tree decorating competition. Said he'd reserved a prime spot for his memorial tree.
Trace looked around the square with bewildered eyes.
He came here every year to decorate a tree in memory of my aunt. It was tradition.
Did he mention anyone bothering him recently? Asking questions about family history or old family possessions?
Elena asked. Trace frowned, thinking.
Actually, yes. There was this older couple who came to the bank last week. They were asking about local families, genealogy stuff. Uncle Harold said they seemed nice, but asked weird questions about safety deposit boxes and inheritance records.
Holly's stomach dropped.
Do you remember their names?
Something with an H. Henderson, Hendricks.
Trace shook his head.
I'm sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. Uncle Harold dealt with a lot of customers.
Webb's radio crackled, and he stepped aside to take the call. When he returned, his expression was even grimmer than before.
That was the coroner's preliminary assessment,
he said quietly to Holly and Elena.
Harold Morrison died sometime between midnight and 3 a.m. The angel was definitely the murder weapon. And...
He paused.
There's something inside it. Something that rattles when you move it.
Elena nodded grimly.
Another piece of Ashton's evidence. They killed him to get it.
But why here?
Holly asked.
Why in the middle of the festival where anyone could find the body?
Because they're getting desperate.
Elena said.
They needed that evidence, but they also needed to send a message. This isn't just about collecting ornaments anymore. It's about intimidating anyone who might interfere.
Webb looked around the square, where festival activities were trying to resume, despite the somber mood.
I'm calling in more backup. If they're willing to kill in public during a family event, they're past caring about collateral damage.
As they spoke, Holly noticed Bob and Carol Hendricks approaching from the direction of the vendor booths. They wore concerned expressions, but their timing felt off, arriving just as Webb finished his radio call.
Terrible tragedy,
Bob said as he joined their group.
Poor Harold, such a pillar of the community.
Did you know him well?
Webb asked.
We met him recently,
Carol replied smoothly.
Such a knowledgeable man about local history. He was telling us fascinating stories about old banking families and their traditions.
Holly felt Elena tense beside her. The Hendricks were inserting themselves into the investigation, gathering information while appearing to offer sympathy.
He mentioned having some lovely family heirlooms.
Bob continued.
Christmas decorations passed down through generations. I hope they'll be properly preserved.
The casual mention of family heirlooms in the context of Harold's murder felt like a threat wrapped in condolences. Holly realized the Hendricks weren't just gathering intelligence. They were letting everyone know they understood the connection between the murders and the ornament collection.
I'm sure his family will take good care of his belongings,
Webb said carefully.
Of course,
Carol said.
Though it would be such a shame if valuable pieces were lost or damaged because people don't understand what they have.
Elena stepped forward, her FBI training evident in her posture.
Are you suggesting someone might target Mr. Morrison's possessions? This case—
Oh, not at all,
Bob said with practiced innocence.
Just hoping that valuable pieces get the respect they deserve.
After the Hendricks moved away, Webb pulled Holly and Elena aside.
They just threatened everyone in town,
Elena said quietly.
That whole conversation was a warning that anyone with Ashton pieces is a target.
And they did it in front of a crime scene with a federal agent present.
Webb added.
That's either supreme confidence or complete desperation.
Holly watched the Hendricks move through the crowd, noting how they approached other elderly festival goers with the same sympathetic expressions and pointed questions.
They're not trying to hide anymore,
she realized.
They want people to know they're dangerous. They're hoping fear will make people cooperate.
Which means they're close to completing whatever they're planning,
Elena said.
Webb, how many pieces of the collection are still unaccounted for?
The sheriff consulted his notes.
Based on what we found, probably 8 to 10 ornaments still out there, plus whatever evidence Harold's piece contained.
So they need to make 8 to 10 more contacts,
Holly said.
8 to 10 more opportunities for things to go wrong.
A commotion near the festival entrance caught their attention. Jerome Fletcher was arguing with one of the deputies, his nervous energy more agitated than usual.
I need to speak to the sheriff.
Jerome was saying.
It's about Harold Morrison, about what happened to him.
Webb approached Jerome with a patient expression of someone dealing with a traumatized witness.
What is it, Jerome?
Harold called me last night, around 11 o'clock.
Jerome's hands shook as he spoke.
He said someone had been in his house, searching through his attic. He was scared, Sheriff. He asked if I knew anything about Marcus's Christmas ornament collection.
What did you tell him?
Elena asked.
The truth. That Marcus had been killed for those ornaments, that there was something hidden in them, worth murdering for.
Jerome's voice broke.
Harold Morrison's death isn't your fault,
Webb said firmly.
You tried to warn him. The people responsible are the ones who killed him.
But Holly could see the guilt eating at Jerome. The realization that information had become a weapon in this deadly game. As the coroner's team finished their work and the crime scene tape went up around Harold's memorial tree, Holly looked around the festival. Families were still decorating trees. Children were still laughing. Vendors were still selling holiday treasures. But now there was an edge to everything. Parents holding their children closer. Vendors glancing nervously at strangers. The easy trust of small-town life fractured by fear. The Hendricks had gotten what they wanted. Everyone would know now that having pieces from Theodore Ashton's collection meant danger. Holly watched a little girl hang a handmade ornament on her family's tree, completely unaware that a man had died violently just hours before in this same spot. The contrast between innocence and menace made her stomach clench. Webb was right to call for more backup. After seeing Harold Morrison's body among the Christmas tree branches, Holly had no doubt these people would kill anyone who stood between them and Ashton's secrets. The question was whether they could stop them before they struck again. 13. Carol of the Bells and the Blackmail. The sheriff's office felt cramped with the addition of a federal agent who'd arrived within hours of Harold Morrison's murder. Holly squeezed into a chair between Elena and Jasper, while Sheriff Webb spread crime scene photos across his desk like a grim deck of cards.
The angel tree topper confirms our theory,
Elena said, pointing to close-up photographs that showed intricate silverwork.
Same craftsmanship, same hidden compartment mechanism as the other Ashton pieces.
Agent Martinez leaned forward to examine the evidence bag containing the angel.
What was inside this one?
Webb carefully lifted a second evidence bag containing microfilm strips and a rolled piece of parchment.
Bank records from 1924, documenting loans that were never actually made, but went through the books anyway. Ghost transactions.
And this,
Elena added, indicating the parchment,
appears to be a confession letter. Someone documenting their own involvement in Theodore Ashton's fraud network.
Holly studied the faded handwriting visible through the clear evidence bag. Even after a century, the desperation in those cramped lines was palpable.
So the angel contained evidence about Harold's family?
His grandfather. Which raises the question of whether Harold knew about his family's connection to the original crimes.
Jasper looked up from the genealogical charts he'd been updating.
I've been cross-referencing the families mentioned in Ashton's records. At least 8 of them still have descendants living in Millbrook Falls, all in positions of community influence.
He spread out family trees that looked like criminal enterprises mapped across generations. Holly recognized several names from the town council, the Chamber of Commerce, even the school board.
Mayor Patricia Vance.
Holly read aloud.
Her great-grandfather was involved in the municipal contract fraud.
Tom Chen. He owns 3 businesses downtown. His family was part of the land speculation scheme.
Jasper continued. Agent Martinez pulled out his laptop and began cross-referencing the historical names with modern financial databases.
If someone's been using this information for blackmail, we should see patterns in these families' financial records.
That's what I've been thinking,
Elena said, opening her own files.
The USB drive contained payment schedules, but I need to compare them with actual bank records to confirm the pattern.
Webb stood up and reached for his jacket.
Then let's go get those records. Harold Morrison's office is still sealed as part of the crime scene, but we can search it now.
20 minutes later, they stood in Harold Morrison's office at Millbrook Falls Community Bank, surrounded by filing cabinets and the organized efficiency of a man who'd spent decades managing other people's money. The office felt eerily quiet, with Harold's coffee mug still sitting on his desk next to a framed photo of his late wife.
What exactly are we looking for?
Holly asked, pulling on the latex gloves Webb had provided.
Anything that suggests Harold was being pressured or threatened.
Webb replied.
Financial irregularities, unusual correspondence, changes in his normal patterns.
Elena focused on Harold's computer, working through password protection with tools Martinez had provided.
His email history might show contact with the blackmailers, or evidence that he was trying to investigate something.
Jasper examined the bookshelves, looking for anything that might contain hidden documents.
Harold mentioned to Trace that some customers had been asking strange questions about family histories and safety deposit boxes.
Holly found herself drawn to Harold's desk drawers, methodically working through files that documented decades of small-town banking. Mortgage applications, business loans, estate planning documents. The paper trail of an entire community's financial life.
Here,
she said suddenly, pulling out a manila folder marked Personal, Confidential. Inside were photocopied bank statements from Harold's personal accounts, but with handwritten notes in the margins that made her stomach drop.
What is it?
Webb asked, moving to look over her shoulder.
Harold was tracking his own payments.
Holly said, pointing to the notations.
Look, monthly cash withdrawals, always the same amount, going back almost 2 years, and he wrote dates and amounts in code.
Elena looked up from the computer.
That matches the payment schedule from Marcus's USB drive. Harold was definitely being blackmailed.
Webb took the folder and studied Harold's careful documentation.
Smart man. He was building his own case, just like Marcus was.
But if Harold was paying blackmail, why was he killed?
Jasper asked. Agent Martinez, who'd been examining Harold's filing system, pulled out another folder.
Because he stopped paying. Look at this.
The folder contained correspondence that made Holly's blood run cold. Letters typed on generic paper with no signature or letterhead, but with threats that escalated over time.
Your family's reputation depends on your continued cooperation.
Webb read aloud from the first letter.
Recent events have made it clear that discretion is more important than ever.
That's from 3 weeks ago.
Elena noted, checking the date.
Right around the time Marcus started acting paranoid about his collection.
Holly read the next letter, dated just 5 days before Harold's murder. Your recent inquiries have been noted. Some questions are better left unasked. Consider this your final warning.
Harold wasn't just being blackmailed.
She realized.
He was investigating the blackmailers.
Agent Martinez found Harold's appointment calendar and began reading through recent entries.
Look at this. He had meetings scheduled with Jerome Fletcher, Patricia Wells, and Grace Pettigrew, all within the past 2 weeks.
He was reaching out to other people who might have ornaments from the collection.
Webb said grimly.
Trying to warn them, or trying to build a coalition against the blackmailers?
Elena's fingers flew across Harold's computer keyboard.
I'm finding email drafts he never sent. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Fletcher, I believe we may have mutual concerns regarding certain historical items and the people who have been inquiring about them. I would like to discuss this matter in person at your earliest convenience.
Harold knew.
Jasper said quietly.
He figured out the connection between the ornaments and the blackmail scheme.
Which made him dangerous.
Webb concluded.
Not because he was refusing to pay, but because he was actively working to expose the whole operation.
Holly continued searching through Harold's desk and found something that made her pause. A handwritten list titled Families, Historical Connections, with names and question marks, cross-references to safety deposit boxes, and notes about unusual customer inquiries.
He was mapping the entire network.
She said, showing the list to Elena.
Look, he identified at least 12 families that might be connected to Theodore Ashton's original evidence.
Elena studied the list with the focused attention of someone trained to spot financial crime patterns.
This is incredibly thorough. Harold documented every family that might have inherited evidence, every person who'd been asking suspicious questions, every financial anomaly he could identify.
Agent Martinez looked up from the correspondence file.
The threatening letters reference recent events and changing circumstances. Something made the blackmailers nervous enough to escalate their threats.
Marcus's murder,
Webb said.
After they killed Marcus, they realized other people might start asking questions, so they tried to intimidate Harold into silence.
But Harold wasn't the type to be intimidated,
Holly said, thinking about the methodical banker who'd helped her set up her business accounts.
He was the type to investigate.
Elena turned Harold's computer screen so they could all see it.
I found his research files. He'd been systematically tracking cash transactions, unusual deposits, and banking patterns that might indicate money laundering. Look at this spreadsheet.
The screen showed months of careful documentation, dates, amounts, account numbers, and notes about suspicious activities that Harold had observed in his professional capacity.
He was building a case against the money laundering operation,
Elena said with obvious admiration.
Using his position at the bank to identify financial crimes that local law enforcement might not have the resources to track.
Webb studied the spreadsheet with the grim satisfaction of someone seeing a puzzle come together.
Harold Morrison wasn't just a victim, he was an investigator. And they killed him because he was getting too close to exposing their entire network.
Which means,
Agent Martinez added,
that anyone else Harold contacted about his suspicions could be in danger.
Holly thought about Grace Pettigrew, Patricia Wells, Jerome Fletcher, all the people Harold had been trying to warn or enlist in his investigation.
We need to make sure everyone on Harold's list is protected.
Already on it,
Webb said, reaching for his radio.
But first, we need to understand exactly what Harold discovered about the scope of this operation.
Elena continued working through Harold's computer files, her expression growing more serious with each document.
The financial patterns he identified go beyond simple blackmail. Someone's been using the antique market to launder money on a massive scale, and they've been doing it for years.
The Christmas Ornament Festival,
Holly realized.
It's not just cover for collecting evidence, it's been their primary money laundering operation.
Agent Martinez nodded grimly.
High-value antiques, cash transactions, out-of-state buyers, minimal documentation requirements. Perfect setup for cleaning dirty money.
As they gathered Harold's evidence and prepared to leave his office, Holly felt the weight of what they'd discovered. Harold Morrison had died trying to protect his community from a criminal network that had been operating under everyone's noses for years.
Harold's research proves the blackmail operation is just one part of something much bigger.
Elena said, as they loaded files into evidence boxes.
We're not just dealing with extortion, we're dealing with organized financial crime.
Webb locked Harold's office and sealed it again.
Then we better move fast. If the criminals realize we've found Harold's investigation, they'll either run or escalate.
Outside the bank, the afternoon air carried the scent of approaching snow, and Holly could see festival cleanup crews still working in the town square. The normalcy of the scene felt surreal after discovering the scope of the criminal network that had been preying on Millbrook Falls.
What's our next move?
She asked Webb.
We use Harold's research to identify everyone who might be in danger.
Webb replied.
And we make sure Grace Pettigrew and the others are protected before the criminals realize how much Harold discovered.
As they drove back to the sheriff's office, Holly thought about Harold Morrison's meticulous investigation, his careful documentation, his determination to protect his community, even when it put his own life at risk. Theodore Ashton's century-old evidence had claimed another victim. But Harold's modern investigation might finally be the key to bringing the criminals to justice. The Christmas bells that had started this whole mess were about to toll for the last time. Holly just hoped they could protect everyone else before the final note rang out. 14. The 12 Days of Danger. The Christmas Ornament Festival continued under heightened security, but Holly could feel the tension crackling beneath the surface of forced normalcy. Families still browsed vendor booths, and children still laughed at craft demonstrations. But now there were more uniformed officers visible, and vendors kept glancing nervously at strangers who lingered too long near their displays. Holly stood outside Frosted Memories with Elena and Sheriff Webb, watching the crowd for signs of the Hendricks while trying to look like they were having a casual conversation about festival logistics.
We've got patrol units positioned at all the major vendor clusters,
Webb said quietly.
But with this many people and this much activity, it's going to be hard to spot trouble before it starts.
Elena nodded toward the town square where several elderly vendors were setting up displays of vintage Christmas items.
The problem is that half the people here probably have pieces from estate sales and antique shops. The Hendricks could be targeting anyone.
That's why we need to focus on the most likely targets,
Holly said, consulting the list they'd compiled from Harold Morrison's research.
People Harold specifically contacted, families with known historical connections, and anyone who's mentioned having ornaments from the 1920s period.
Webb's radio crackled with updates from his deputies. So far, the festival was proceeding without incident. But Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something important.
Sheriff?
Elena said suddenly, pointing toward a familiar figure moving through the crowd.
Isn't that Jerome Fletcher near the Historical Society booth?
They watched Jerome approach the booth with obvious nervousness, looking around constantly as if he expected trouble. When he reached the elderly woman managing the display, his conversation appeared urgent and worried.
We should check on that,
Webb decided. They made their way through the festival crowd, noting how Jerome's agitation seemed to increase when he spotted them approaching.
Jerome?
Webb called out calmly.
Everything all right?
Jerome's face was pale with stress.
Sheriff, I've been thinking about what Harold told me before he died, about people asking questions about family collections and safety deposit boxes.
He gestured toward the Historical Society booth.
Mrs. Garrison here was just telling me that a couple came by this morning, very interested in records about the Pettigrew family.
Holly felt her stomach drop.
What kind of questions?
Mrs. Garrison, the Historical Society volunteer, looked confused by the attention her booth was suddenly receiving.
They seem like nice people. Said they were genealogy researchers working on a book about local banking families from the 1920s.
Did they give you their names?
Elena asked.
Henderson, I think. Or maybe Hendricks. They had very professional-looking credentials and asked specifically about the Pettigrew family's connection to Theodore Ashton.
Mrs. Garrison's expression grew concerned.
Was that wrong? They said they had already spoken with Grace about contributing to their research.
Webb and Elena exchanged sharp glances.
When was this?
Webb asked.
About an hour ago. They were particularly interested in whether Grace still lived alone above her shop and whether she kept family documents there.
Mrs. Garrison was beginning to look genuinely worried.
Oh dear, I hope I didn't say anything I shouldn't have.
You did fine,
Webb assured her, but Holly could see the tension in his posture.
Jerome, where's Grace supposed to be right now?
She said she was going to work on her festival display this afternoon, then close up early to prepare for tomorrow's events.
Jerome checked his watch.
She should be at her shop.
Webb was already reaching for his radio.
All units, I need a welfare check at Memories and More Antique Shop. Approach with caution and report status immediately.
Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December weather. If the Hendricks had been asking specific questions about Grace's living situation and security measures, they weren't just planning to make another polite visit.
We should get over there,
Elena said, her FBI training evident in the way she automatically scanned the crowd for potential threats.
Agreed.
Webb replied.
But carefully. If they're already at Grace's shop, we don't want to spook them into doing something desperate.
As they made their way toward Main Street, Holly's mind raced through everything they knew about the Hendricks pattern of behavior. They'd been patient and methodical so far, building trust before revealing their true intentions. But with Harold Morrison's murder, they'd crossed a line into violence.
Elena,
She said as they walked.
what if they're not just after Grace's ornaments? What if they know about Harold's investigation?
Elena's expression darkened.
If they realize how much Harold documented about their operation, Grace becomes more than just a target for her collection. She becomes a witness who needs to be silenced.
Webb's radio crackled with a response from the patrol unit.
Sheriff, Memories and More appears closed, but there's a vehicle parked in the alley behind the building. Looks like someone's inside. We can see movement through the back windows.
Do not approach.
Webb responded immediately.
Maintain visual contact and wait for backup.
Holly felt her heart rate spike. Grace was in danger and they were still 2 blocks away.
There,
Elena said suddenly, pointing toward a side street.
we can cut through and approach from the back without being seen from the main shop windows.
They moved quickly but quietly through the narrow alley system that connected the Victorian buildings on Main Street. Holly's knowledge of the area proved invaluable. She knew which routes would keep them out of sight while still allowing access to Grace's. As they approached the rear of Memories and More, they could hear voices through the old walls. Grace's familiar cadence, but tense and strained. And 2 others that made Holly's blood run cold. The Hendricks, but without their usual charming masks.
Mrs. Pettigrew.
Bob Hendricks was saying, his voice carrying a harder edge than Holly had ever heard before.
We really do need access to your grandmother's complete records. The items in police custody are useless without the documentation that explains what each piece contains.
And I've told you,
Grace replied with admirable firmness,
that I turned everything over to Sheriff Webb. I don't have access to those materials anymore.
But you do have copies.
Carol Hendricks said, her voice sharp with impatience.
Your grandmother was too careful a woman to keep only one set of records about something this important.
Holly crept closer to the back window, trying to get a visual on the situation inside. Through the gap in the curtains, she could see Grace sitting in her usual chair behind the shop counter. But her posture was rigid with tension. Bob stood near the front door, presumably to watch for interruptions, while Carol moved between the display cases with predatory intensity. Webb positioned his deputies to cover the building's exits, while he coordinated with Elena and Holly about the best approach. Through hand signals, he indicated that they should wait for additional backup before moving. But as they watched, Carol's behavior became increasingly aggressive. She began opening display cases and examining items with rough handling that made Grace visibly wince.
Mrs. Pettigrew,
Carol said, pulling a delicate Victorian ornament from its display.
These are lovely pieces. It would be such a shame if something happened to damage your collection.
The threat was subtle but unmistakable. Grace's face went pale, but her voice remained steady.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
I mean that accidents happen.
Carol replied, holding the ornament carelessly.
Especially when people don't cooperate with reasonable requests.
Holly saw Grace's hands shake slightly as she realized her visitors weren't going to accept polite refusals. The elderly woman was trapped in her own shop with people who'd already killed twice to get what they wanted. Webb made the decision for all of them. He signaled his deputies to move into position, then gestured for Holly and Elena to stay back, while he and the officers approached the building. But before they could act, the situation inside escalated dramatically.
Actually, Mrs. Pettigrew,
Bob said, moving away from the front door.
we can't wait for your cooperation any longer. Too many people have been asking questions, and we need those records tonight.
I've already told you.
Grace began.
And we've told you that's not acceptable.
Carol interrupted, her voice now openly threatening.
Your grandmother made promises about those documents that need to be honored, one way or another.
Holly watched in horror as Carol deliberately dropped the Victorian ornament, letting it shatter on the floor. Grace's gasp of pain and anger was audible even through the walls. That was enough for Webb. He signaled his team to move.
Millbrook Falls Sheriff's Department.
He called out clearly as they approached the building.
We need to speak with everyone inside.
The reaction was immediate. Bob moved quickly toward the back of the shop while Carol stepped closer to Grace with obvious menace. Mrs. Pettigrew, Holly heard Carol say in a voice that had gone deadly calm.
I think you should tell your friends that this is a private conversation and they should go away.
Holly realized with growing dread that they'd walked into exactly the kind of standoff they'd been trying to avoid. Grace was effectively being held hostage by people who'd already proven they were willing to kill. Webb's radio crackled with updates from his deputies, but Holly barely heard them. She was focused on the window, watching Carol position herself where she could control both Grace and the shop's exits.
Sheriff Webb.
Bob called out from inside the shop, his voice carrying its old charm but with an undertone of desperation.
There's no need for alarm. We're just having a friendly discussion with Mrs. Pettigrew about some family history.
Then you won't mind coming outside to continue that discussion.
Webb replied.
Actually, we would mind.
Carol said, her voice carrying clearly through the building.
Mrs. Pettigrew and I are having a very important conversation about her grandmother's legacy. It would be rude to interrupt.
Holly felt Elena tense beside her as they both recognized the threat in Carol's tone. This wasn't going to end with polite conversation and voluntary surrender. The standoff had begun, and Grace Pettigrew was caught in the middle of it. 15. Let it snow. Let it show evidence. The standoff at Grace's shop stretched into its second hour as the first snowflakes began to fall. Holly crouched behind Sheriff Webb's patrol car, watching the building where Grace Pettigrew was trapped with two killers who were growing more desperate by the minute. Status report, Webb said quietly into his radio.
Front entrance covered,
came the response from Deputy Rodriguez.
Subject is visible through the window. Appears to be moving between the counter and display cases.
back exit?
Secured. No movement.
Elena knelt beside Holly, studying the building's layout with tactical precision.
They've got good positioning in there. Multiple sight lines, control of both exits, and a hostage who can't be moved quickly.
What are they waiting for?
Holly asked, brushing snow from her jacket. The flakes were coming down heavier now, beginning to coat the streets and sidewalks.
They're hoping we'll give up and go away.
Webb replied grimly.
Or they're buying time while they figure out an escape plan.
Agent Martinez, who'd arrived 20 minutes ago with additional federal backup, approached their position with an update.
I've been monitoring their cell phone activity. 2 calls in the past hour to numbers registered in Wyoming and Montana. They're coordinating with accomplices.
Holly felt her stomach drop.
Accomplices doing what?
Unknown. But the timing suggests they're implementing some kind of contingency plan.
The snow was falling steadily now, reducing visibility and making the streets slick. Holly could see festival goers hurrying to their cars, vendors packing up early, and the general exodus of people who didn't want to be caught in a December mountain storm.
Sheriff,
Carol Hendricks called out from inside the shop, her voice carrying through the falling snow.
this weather is getting quite severe. Perhaps we should discuss arrangements for everyone's safety.
Webb picked up the bullhorn that Martinez had provided.
Mrs. Hendricks, the safest thing for everyone would be for you and your husband to come outside where we can talk.
I'm afraid that's not possible right now. Mrs. Pettigrew and I are still discussing some very important family business.
Elena's radio crackled with a transmission from the surveillance team.
Movement in the back office area. Looks like they're searching through files or documents.
They're not just holding Grace.
Holly realized.
They're using the time to search for what they really want.
Webb's expression darkened.
The records Harold Morrison thought Grace might have. They're turning this standoff into a robbery.
As if to confirm his assessment, they heard the sound of breaking glass from inside the shop. Not windows, but the delicate crash of antiques being damaged or destroyed.
Mrs. Pettigrew.
Grace's voice carried clearly through the walls, filled with distress.
Please, those pieces are irreplaceable.
So are the documents we need.
Carol replied coldly.
Tell us where your grandmother kept the real records, and we'll stop looking.
Holly started to stand, but Elena pulled her back down.
We can't rush in there. One wrong move and Grace could be hurt.
But they're destroying her life's work.
Holly protested.
Grace has spent decades preserving those antiques.
And she'll spend the rest of her life grieving if we get her killed trying to save them.
Webb said firmly. Martinez was coordinating with his federal team, speaking in the kind of tactical shorthand that suggested serious law enforcement resources were being deployed.
Air support is grounded because of the weather, but we've got additional units moving in from the state police.
How long before they arrive?
Webb asked.
20 minutes. Maybe 30 with these road conditions.
More breaking glass echoed from the shop, followed by Grace's voice raised in genuine anger.
Stop it. Those belong to my grandmother.
Your grandmother stole them from their rightful owners.
Holly could hear the escalation in Carol's tone. The patient manipulation was giving way to raw desperation. People who'd killed twice to protect their secrets weren't going to stop because an elderly woman asked them nicely.
Webb,
she said suddenly.
What if we're thinking about this wrong?
How do you mean?
They're looking for documents that prove which ornaments contain which evidence, right? But what if we offered them something better?
Elena looked at her sharply.
What could be better than the complete documentation?
The actual ornaments, all of them.
Holly's mind was racing through possibilities.
We have most of the collection in police custody. What if we offered to trade the ornaments for Grace?
Absolutely not. We're not giving evidence to criminals.
But we wouldn't actually give it to them. We'd set up a controlled exchange. Use it to get them out of that building where Grace could be hurt.
Agent Martinez looked up from his radio.
It's not a bad tactical idea. Get them into an open area where we have better control of the situation.
Before Webb could respond, the sound of splintering wood came from the shop's interior. Not antiques this time, but structural damage. They were breaking down doors or forcing open locked cabinets.
Mrs. Pettigrew.
Bob Hendricks called out, his voice carrying a note of apology that somehow made it more threatening.
I've told you everything I know.
Grace replied, her voice shaking but still defiant.
My grandmother's papers were donated to the Historical Society years ago.
That's a lie,
Carol snapped.
No woman keeps that kind of secret for 80 years and then just donates the evidence to a public institution.
Holly realized that Carol was right. Grace was protecting something, and the criminals knew it, which meant the danger was escalating beyond a simple hostage situation.
Martinez,
Webb said quietly.
What's the procedure for negotiating with subjects who have a hostage?
Normally, we'd establish communication, try to understand their demands, and work toward a peaceful resolution.
The federal agent replied.
But these aren't normal subjects. They're serial killers who've already demonstrated willingness to use extreme violence.
The snow was falling heavier now, beginning to accumulate on cars and sidewalks. Holly could see that the festival cleanup crews had given up and gone home, leaving the town square looking abandoned and desolate.
The weather's going to work in their favor,
Elena observed.
Reduced visibility, difficult road conditions, fewer witnesses around.
Or it could work in ours,
Holly said, thinking about the geography of Millbrook Falls.
The roads out of town become impassable pretty quickly in heavy snow. If they're planning to run, they're going to be trapped here just like everyone else.
Webb's radio crackled with an update from the surveillance team.
Sheriff, we've got movement in the front window. Looks like they're setting up some kind of barrier or obstruction.
Through the falling snow, Holly could see that the front window of Memories and More had been partially blocked with furniture and display cases. The Hendricks were creating defensive positions, which suggested they were preparing for a longer siege.
They're not planning to surrender,
Elena said grimly.
They're planning to fight.
As if to confirm her assessment, Carol's voice rang out from the shop with a new level of authority.
Sheriff Webb, I think it's time we discussed the terms of our situation more clearly.
Webb picked up the bullhorn again.
What terms did you have in mind?
We want safe passage out of town, and we want the complete Theodore Ashton ornament collection delivered to a location of our choosing. In exchange, Mrs. Pettigrew remains unharmed.
And if we refuse?
Then Mrs. Pettigrew's safety can no longer be guaranteed, and neither can the safety of anyone else who might interfere with our legitimate historical research.
The threat was broad enough to encompass the entire town, and specific enough to make it clear that Grace wasn't their only potential victim. Martinez was already coordinating with his team, but Holly could see the frustration in his expression. Federal resources meant nothing if they couldn't be deployed safely, and the weather was making every tactical option more complicated.
Holly,
Elena said quietly.
You know this town better than anyone. If they try to run, where would they go?
Holly thought about the mountain roads that connected Millbrook Falls to the outside world, all of which became treacherous in heavy snow.
There's really only one route that stays passable in winter weather, the main highway toward the interstate. But it's 20 miles of mountain driving, and if this storm gets worse...
They'd be trapped,
Webb finished.
Which means they either have a plan we don't know about, or they're more desperate than we thought.
The sound of more breaking glass echoed from the shop, followed by Grace's voice raised in genuine distress. Whatever the Hendricks were destroying, it was something Grace cared about deeply. Holly made a decision that she knew Webb wasn't going to like.
I'm going to call Grace's shop phone,
she announced, pulling out her cell.
Holly, no,
Elena said immediately.
You don't negotiate with hostage takers without training.
I'm not negotiating. I'm offering them something they actually want.
Holly was already dialing the number she'd memorized from visiting Grace's shop dozens of times.
And I'm buying us time to figure out a real solution.
The phone rang twice before Carol Hendricks answered.
Memories and More. This is Carol speaking.
Her voice was sickeningly sweet, as if she were just a helpful shop employee.
Carol, this is Holly Hart. I think we should talk.
A pause, then.
Holly, how thoughtful of you to call. Are you offering to help resolve this little misunderstanding?
I'm offering to give you what you really want. All of it.
Another pause. Longer this time.
I'm listening.
I have Theodore Ashton's complete ornament collection, the pieces in police custody, the ones I bought at the estate sale, everything. And I have copies of all the documentation that explains what each piece contains.
It was a lie, but a strategic one. If she could get them focused on a trade scenario, maybe they could find a way to get Grace to safety.
That's very generous,
Carol said, and Holly could hear the calculating tone beneath the false gratitude.
But how do I know you're telling the truth?
Because I'm the one who found the USB drive. I'm the one who's been working with the FBI to decode Theodore Ashton's evidence. And I'm the one who knows which ornaments contain the information you need to complete your collection.
Holly could hear muffled conversation in the background, Carol consulting with Bob about this unexpected development.
All right, Holly.
Carol said finally.
Let's discuss the terms of a trade.
As Holly began improvising a negotiation she had no authority to conduct, she caught Webb's furious expression and Alina's concerned one. But through the falling snow, she could see Grace's shop. And she could think of only one thing, getting Grace Pettigrew to safety before this winter storm trapped them all with a pair of killers who had nothing left to lose. The snow continued to fall, and somewhere in the gathering storm, Holly was about to discover whether her gamble would save Grace's life or put everyone in even greater danger.
16. Silent night, dangerous night.
The phone call with Carol Hendricks had ended 20 minutes ago, with an agreement to meet at the town square in 2 hours, plenty of time for law enforcement to set up a controlled operation. But as Holly sat in the sheriff's office watching the storm intensify through the windows, she couldn't shake the feeling that Carol was planning something they hadn't.
The snow's going to make surveillance difficult. This should be...
Martinez said, studying weather reports on his laptop.
Visibility is down to about 50 feet, and it's getting worse.
Webb spread a map of Millbrook Falls across his desk, marking the locations of elderly residents who might have pieces from Theodore Ashton's collection.
We need to check on these people before the meeting. If Carol's as desperate as she seems, she might try to grab more hostages or more evidence.
Good thinking.
Elena agreed.
Holly's negotiation bought us time, but Carol's too smart to believe we'll actually hand over evidence without some kind of federal oversight.
Holly studied the map, recognizing the addresses of longtime residents she'd come to know through her shop. Mrs. Patterson, who lived alone in a Victorian cottage near the edge of town. The Morrison family home, where Trace was probably still dealing with his uncle's death. Grace's house, which was thankfully empty since she was still staying with her sister.
We should split up,
Holly suggested.
Cover more ground faster.
No,
Webb said firmly.
After what happened at Grace's shop, nobody goes anywhere alone. Teams of 2 minimum, constant radio contact.
Holly and I can take the north side of town, the Patterson house and the Morrison place. We know those residents.
Martinez and I will cover the south side,
Webb decided.
If anyone finds signs of trouble, call for backup immediately. Don't try to handle anything alone.
They stepped outside into swirling white chaos. The storm had intensified dramatically, turning familiar streets into a white maze where landmarks disappeared and every building looked identical. Holly was grateful for Elena's steady presence as they made their way carefully through the accumulating drifts.
Mrs. Patterson's house first,
Holly said, raising her voice to be heard over the wind.
She's 83 and lives alone. If Carol's targeting vulnerable residents, she'd be perfect.
Mrs. Patterson's Victorian cottage sat back from the street, surrounded by the kind of mature trees that made it a charming summer retreat, but an isolated winter fortress. As they approached through the snow, Holly noticed that the usual warm glow from the living room windows was absent.
No lights,
Elena observed, pulling out her flashlight.
Could be a power outage from the storm.
But when they reached the front porch, Holly saw that the front door was standing slightly open, snow drifting into the entryway.
Elena, this isn't right. Mrs. Patterson would never leave her door open in weather like this.
Elena pulled out her gun, motioning for Holly to stay back.
Mrs. Patterson?
She called out.
This is Elena Rodriguez with the Sheriff's Department. Are you all right?
No response. They entered the house carefully, Elena's flashlight beam revealing signs of disturbance that made Holly's heart sink. Overturned furniture in the living room, papers scattered across the floor, and a broken coffee cup that suggested someone had been interrupted in the middle of a quiet evening.
Signs of a struggle,
Elena said grimly, photographing the scene with her phone.
But no blood, which is good.
Holly moved to the mantelpiece where Mrs. Patterson kept family photographs and a few decorative items that had been in her family for generations. Several pieces were missing, including a small Christmas angel that Holly remembered admiring on previous visits.
She took ornaments.
Holly realized.
Mrs. Patterson had some pieces from the 1920s that her mother inherited. Carol found what she was looking for.
Elena was examining the scattered papers.
Look at this. These are genealogy documents, family trees going back to the early 1900s. Someone was researching Mrs. Patterson's family history.
Carol's been here for a while,
Holly said, noting the systematic way the house had been searched.
This wasn't a quick grab. She spent time going through everything.
Elena's radio crackled with an update from Webb.
Rodriguez, Martinez, status report.
We're at the Patterson house.
Elena responded.
Signs of forced entry and abduction. Mrs. Patterson is missing, along with several antique items. How's your sector?
Morrison House is secure. Trace is there with some friends. But we found something at the Chen residence. Tracks in the snow leading away from the house. And neighbors report seeing someone matching Carol's description about an hour ago.
Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather.
She's been systematically visiting houses, using the storm as cover.
Which means she has Mrs. Patterson somewhere.
Elena said.
The question is where?
They left Mrs. Patterson's house and began following the tracks Elena had spotted leading away from the backyard. The snow was falling so heavily that the trail was already beginning to fill in. But Elena knelt to examine the tracks, reading the story they told in the snow with practice.
2 sets of tracks.
She observed, kneeling to examine the impressions more closely.
One smaller, probably Mrs. Patterson. One larger, definitely Carol. They're heading toward the old part of town.
Holly oriented herself in the swirling snow, trying to identify landmarks that would tell them where the tracks were leading.
That direction takes you toward the historical district, the old Ashford mansion, and the abandoned buildings from the mining era.
Perfect place to hide.
Elena said grimly.
Remote, empty, lots of rooms to control access.
They followed the tracks through increasingly difficult terrain, the snow now deep enough to make walking treacherous. Holly's knowledge of Millbrook Falls proved invaluable as she guided them along paths that avoided the deepest drifts and steepest slopes.
There,
she said suddenly, pointing through the snow toward a dark shape looming against the white sky.
the Ashford mansion.
The 3-story Victorian mansion had been abandoned for decades, its Gothic revival architecture making it look like something from a horror movie, even in good weather. In the middle of a snowstorm, with its broken shutters and sagging roof barely visible through the falling snow, it was genuinely ominous.
I can see light in one of the upper windows,
Elena said, pulling out binoculars.
Definitely someone inside.
Holly studied the building, remembering childhood stories about the mansion and its eccentric former owner.
Emmeline Ashford was Theodore Ashton's contemporary. Their families knew each other. If Carol's been researching local history,
she'd know about the connection,
Elena finished.
And she'd know this place would be empty.
Elena's radio crackled as she called for backup.
Webb, we've found them. Ashford Mansion on Cemetery Hill. Visual confirmation of activity inside tracks leading to the building.
On our way,
Webb responded.
ETA, 15 minutes. In this weather, do not approach until we arrive.
But as they watched the mansion, Holly saw movement in one of the ground floor windows. A flash of white hair that could only be Mrs. Patterson.
Elena, she's in there. Mrs. Patterson is in there right now.
I see her, but we need to wait for backup. Going in alone would put everyone at risk.
Another figure moved past the window. Carol Hendricks, carrying what looked like a crowbar. She was systematically searching the mansion, probably looking for hiding places where the Ashford family might have stored items connected to Theodore Ashton.
She's not just holding Mrs. Patterson hostage,
Holly realized.
She's using her as a guide. Mrs. Patterson knows the local history, knows the stories about connections between the old families.
Which means Mrs. Patterson is valuable to her,
Elena said.
That's good. It means Carol won't hurt her as long as she's useful.
Holly watched the distant figures moving through the mansion's rooms, thinking about Mrs. Patterson's age and health. The elderly woman suffered from arthritis and heart problems. Being dragged through a snowstorm and forced to search an abandoned building in freezing temperatures could be life-threatening even without deliberate violence.
How long before Webb gets here?
She asked. Elena checked her watch.
10 minutes, maybe more if the roads are as bad as they look.
Mrs. Patterson might not have 10 minutes,
Holly said.
Elena, I know that building. I know the layout, the hidden passages, the structural weak points. I could get us inside without Carol knowing.
Absolutely not! We wait for backup.
But what if...
Elena's expression was firm but kind.
Holly, I understand you want to help, but Mrs. Patterson's best chance of survival is a coordinated rescue by trained professionals, not a heroic gesture that could get everyone killed.
Holly knew Elena was right. But watching the distant windows of the mansion while knowing Mrs. Patterson was trapped inside felt like the longest 10 minutes of her life. The storm continued to rage around them, creating a white cocoon that muffled sound and reduced the world to just the dark shape of the mansion and the falling snow. When Webb's voice finally crackled through Elena's radio announcing their arrival, Holly felt a mixture of relief and dread. The rescue was about to begin, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Carol Hendricks had chosen the Ashford mansion for reasons that went beyond simple convenience. The Gothic building loomed before them through the snow, its broken windows like dark eyes watching their approach. Somewhere inside, Mrs. Patterson was depending on them to get her home safely. And somewhere inside, Carol Hendricks was making her final stand in a game that had already cost too many lives. The silent night had turned dangerous, and Holly was about to discover whether her knowledge of the mansion's secrets would be enough to save an innocent woman's life. 17. Joy to the world, with a sight of justice. The Ashford mansion loomed before them through the falling snow, its Gothic revival architecture making it look like something from a Victorian nightmare. Holly crouched behind a snow-covered hedge with Elena, watching Webb and the federal agent position their teams around the building's perimeter.
Visual on the target!
Webb's voice crackled through Elena's radio.
Second floor window, east side. Subject appears to be moving between rooms.
Holly studied the mansion's layout, remembering childhood stories about its eccentric former owner and the rumors that had swirled around the building for decades.
The ballroom is on the ground floor, east wing. If Carol's been using this place as a base of operations, that's where she'd set up.
Why the ballroom?
Elena asked, adjusting her earpiece.
Biggest room in the house, multiple entrances, good sight lines to watch for anyone approaching.
Holly pointed toward the mansion's main entrance.
But there's a servant staircase that connects directly to the ballroom from the kitchen. If we could get inside without her seeing...
Elena relayed Holly's information to Webb, who responded immediately.
Negative on unsecured entry. We go in coordinated, all teams together.
But as they watched, a light appeared in one of the ballroom's tall windows, and Holly could see two figures moving inside. One elderly and frail, one younger and aggressive.
She's got Mrs. Patterson in there,
Holly said, her heart clenching at the sight of the elderly woman being forced to stand despite the cold and stress.
Elena, Mrs. Patterson has a heart condition. She can't handle much more of this.
I know,
Elena replied grimly.
Which is why we're going to end it now.
Webb's voice crackled through the radio, calm and controlled.
All teams, prepare for coordinated entry. Rodriguez and Hart, you approach from the front and create a distraction. Martinez and I will enter through the back, while the subject is focused on you.
What kind of distraction?
Holly asked.
You're going to offer Carol exactly what she wants,
Elena replied.
The complete truth about Theodore Ashton's evidence collection.
They moved carefully through the snow toward the mansion's front entrance, their footsteps muffled by the storm. The Gothic porch provided some shelter from the wind, but Holly could feel the cold seeping through her jacket as they approached the heavy wooden doors.
Carol!
Elena called out clearly, her voice carrying through the building.
This is Elena Rodriguez with the FBI. I have Holly Hart with me, and we'd like to discuss a trade.
Movement inside the ballroom, then Carol's voice echoing through the mansion's halls.
Holly, how thoughtful of you to visit. Please, come in. Mrs. Patterson and I were just having a fascinating conversation about local history.
The front door was unlocked. Carol was confident enough in her position to allow them entry. Holly and Elena stepped into the mansion's grand foyer, their flashlight beams revealing dust-covered furniture and cobwebs that spoke of decades of abandonment.
The ballroom,
Holly whispered, pointing toward a corridor that led deeper into the mansion. They followed the hallway, their footsteps echoing on the marble floors, despite their attempts at stealth. The mansion felt like a tomb, filled with the ghosts of Victorian grandeur and the weight of too many secrets. The ballroom door stood open, revealing a space that had once hosted elegant parties, but now served as the command center for a criminal enterprise. Tables covered with documents, maps of Millbrook Falls marked with red pins, and boxes of Christmas ornaments arranged with museum-like precision. And in the center of it all, Carol Hendricks stood beside Mrs. Patterson, who was seated in an ornate chair that looked more like a throne than furniture. The elderly woman appeared frightened but unharmed, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of her surroundings.
Welcome to my research center,
Carol said with genuine pride.
I've been documenting the truth about Theodore Ashton and the families he tried to destroy with his lies and fabrications.
Holly stepped forward, hands visible and non-threatening.
Carol, this has gone far enough. Let Mrs. Patterson go and we can discuss whatever you need to resolve this situation.
What I need,
Carol said, moving to one of the document-covered tables,
is recognition that my family has been the victim of a century-long conspiracy. Theodore Ashton wasn't a heroic whistleblower. He was a criminal who destroyed innocent people to hide his own crimes.
She lifted a framed photograph from the table, showing a distinguished-looking man in 1920s formal wear.
My great-grandfather, William Morrison, a respected businessman who tried to expose Theodore Ashton's embezzlement scheme, only to be framed and driven out of town.
Holly felt pieces clicking into place.
Morrison, you're related to Harold Morrison.
He was my cousin,
Carol replied, her voice carrying genuine grief.
Another victim of Ashton's lies. Harold discovered the truth about what really happened in 1924, and he was going to help me clear our family's name.
So you killed him?
Elena asked, her hand resting casually near her weapon.
I protected him,
Carol snapped.
Harold was weak, ready to go to the police and let them bury the truth under bureaucratic procedures. I saved him from making that mistake.
Mrs. Patterson spoke for the first time since they'd entered the ballroom.
Dear, I knew your great-grandfather. He was a lovely man, but he was involved in the bank fraud, just like the others. Theodore Ashton documented crimes. He didn't invent them.
Carol's composure cracked slightly.
You're wrong. The evidence was fabricated, planted to make innocent men look guilty.
Actually,
Holly said carefully,
we've analyzed Theodore Ashton's evidence collection. The documentation is genuine, cross-verified with multiple sources. Your great-grandfather was part of a systematic fraud network.
Lies!
Carol moved closer to Mrs. Patterson, her agitation increasing.
All lies, designed to protect the real criminals.
Holly could see Elena tensing, ready to act if Carol became violent. Somewhere in the mansion, she knew Webb and Martinez were moving into position, but they needed to keep Carol talking until the rescue team was ready.
Carol,
Holly said gently,
even if your great-grandfather was innocent, that doesn't justify what you've done. Marcus Whitfield, Harold Morrison, they were good people who didn't deserve to die.
They were obstacles,
Carol replied coldly.
Marcus was using Ashton's evidence for personal gain instead of exposing the truth. Harold was too weak to fight for justice. I did what they couldn't.
And Mrs. Patterson?
Elena asked.
What's her crime?
Carol gestured around the ballroom where Christmas ornaments were displayed alongside documents and photographs.
She knows where the final pieces are hidden, the evidence that will prove my family's innocence once and for all.
Mrs. Patterson's voice was steady, despite her obvious fear.
I've told you, dear. There are no more hidden ornaments. What you see is what exists.
That's impossible.
Carol's voice rose to nearly a shout.
Theodore Ashton was too paranoid to trust everything to just 24 ornaments. There has to be more evidence, more proof.
Holly realized that Carol had become obsessed not just with clearing her family's name, but with finding evidence that didn't exist. She'd created an entire conspiracy theory to justify her crimes, and she was too invested in that narrative to accept the truth. Carol, she said carefully.
What if there is no additional evidence? What if what we've found is complete?
The question seemed to hit Carol like a physical blow. For a moment, her confident facade crumbled, revealing a woman who'd spent years chasing shadows and building castles in the air.
No, she whispered. There has to be more. There has to be proof.
That was when Webb and his team struck. The ballroom doors burst open as law enforcement flooded the room from multiple entrances. Carol spun toward the noise, reaching for something in her jacket, but Elena was already moving.
Gun!
Elena shouted, tackling Carol before she could draw the weapon. Holly rushed to Mrs. Patterson, helping the elderly woman out of the ornate chair while deputies secured the scene.
Are you hurt? Did she harm you?
I'm fine, dear.
Mrs. Patterson replied, though her hands were shaking.
Just cold and tired. And very ready to go home.
The sheriff coordinated the arrest while Martinez documented the evidence spread throughout the ballroom. Holly found herself looking around the room where Carol had spent months building her case for a conspiracy that existed only in her mind.
It's over,
Elena said, approaching Holly after ensuring Carol was secured.
The case is closed, the evidence is safe, and everyone who was threatened is protected.
Holly nodded, feeling the weight of the past week finally lifting from her shoulders.
What happens now?
Now Carol faces federal charges for murder, kidnapping, extortion, and about a dozen other crimes.
Elena
replied.
The blackmail victims get justice, the families involved get closure, and Millbrook Falls gets to heal.
As they helped Mrs. Patterson toward the ballroom exit, Holly took one last look around the Gothic space where Carol had made her final stand. The Christmas ornaments that had started as Theodore Ashton's evidence collection, been twisted into tools of blackmail, and finally became props in Carol's delusional crusade for family redemption. Elena, she said as they stepped into the mansion's foyer.
Do you think Carol really believed her great-grandfather was innocent?
Elena considered the question seriously.
I think she needed to believe it. Sometimes people create the stories they need to survive, even when those stories have no connection to reality.
Outside the mansion, the storm was finally beginning to subside, and Holly could see stars appearing between the clouds. The long nightmare was over, and Millbrook Falls could return to being the peaceful mountain community she'd fallen in love with. Theodore Ashton's secrets had finally been laid to rest, along with the crimes they'd enabled and the delusions they'd inspired. Justice had come to the Gothic ballroom of the Ashford Mansion, and Holly Hart had helped make it possible. 18. Hark the herald angels sing of murder solved. Mrs. Patterson had been admitted for observation, exhaustion, mild hypothermia, and shock from her ordeal, but the doctors assured them she would make a full recovery. Still, Holly found herself unable to relax until she could see the elderly woman with her own eyes and know she was truly safe.
Third cup of coffee,
Elena announced, settling into the chair beside Holly with a steaming mug.
I'm going to be awake until next Tuesday.
How are you feeling?
Holly asked, studying her friend's face for signs of the stress she knew Elena had to be processing.
Relieved, exhausted, professionally satisfied.
Elena smiled with genuine warmth.
And grateful to have worked with such an incredible team.
Webb appeared in the waiting room doorway, looking more relaxed than Holly had seen him all week.
Mrs. Patterson is asking for you,
he said.
Doctor says she's doing well, just tired.
They made their way to Mrs. Patterson's room, where the elderly woman sat propped up in bed, looking surprisingly alert for someone who'd just survived a kidnapping and a December snowstorm. Mrs. Patterson said with obvious relief.
I was hoping you'd still be here. I wanted to thank you, properly, for what you did tonight.
You don't need to thank us.
Holly said, settling into the bedside chair.
We're just glad you're safe.
Nonsense. You saved my life, and more importantly, you saved this community from people who would have destroyed it.
Mrs. Patterson's voice was steady, but Holly could see the emotional weight of the experience in her eyes.
Carol Morrison, or whatever her real name was, she wasn't just after those ornaments. She wanted to tear apart every family in town.
Elena leaned forward.
Mrs. Patterson, during your time with Carol, did she say anything about other communities, other places where she and Bob might have been operating?
Oh, yes. She was quite proud of her research network, as she called it. Montana, Wyoming, even parts of Utah. Small towns like ours, where people trust each other and don't ask too many questions about newcomers.
Mrs. Patterson adjusted her blanket with hands that were steadier than they had any right to be.
She said Millbrook Falls was going to be her masterpiece, the place where she proved her great-grandfather's innocence once and for all.
Webb made notes in his ever-present notebook.
That matches what Martinez is finding in her files. This operation was much bigger than we initially thought.
But it's over now.
Holly said as much to reassure herself as Mrs. Patterson.
Carol and Bob are in custody, the blackmail victims are safe, and the ornament collection is secure.
Thanks to all of you.
Mrs. Patterson said firmly.
Holly, I want you to know how proud your grandmother would be. You've become exactly the kind of person this community needs. Someone who protects others and fights for what's right.
Holly felt her throat tighten with unexpected emotion.
Thank you, Mrs. Patterson. That means more than you know.
After they left Mrs. Patterson's room, the team gathered in Webb's office to debrief the case officially. The sheriff's desk was covered with evidence boxes, photographs, and the kind of paperwork that would keep prosecutors busy for months.
Final count!
Webb said, consulting his notes.
23 recovered ornaments from Theodore Ashton's original collection, complete documentation of a multi-state blackmail operation, and enough evidence to connect Carol and Bob to at least 14 murders across 4 states.
14.
Jasper repeated quietly.
Oh, because Carol couldn't accept that her great-grandfather was guilty of the crimes Theodore Ashton documented.
You know what's really disturbing?
Elena said, looking up from the financial records.
Carol actually believed every word she said. She'd convinced herself her family were the victims.
Dangerous people always think they're the heroes of their own stories.
Webb observed.
What matters is that we stopped her before she could hurt anyone else.
Holly studied the photographs of the ornament collections spread across Webb's desk. Each piece was beautiful in its own right, but knowing what they'd contained and what they'd been used for made them feel heavy with history.
What happens to them now?
She asked.
The ornaments will be returned to the families who legitimately inherited them. The engines the maili nottle out of the family.
Webb replied.
The historical documents will go to the state archives, and the evidence of modern crimes will be used in the prosecutions.
And Theodore Ashton finally gets his justice.
Jasper added.
A century late, but justice nonetheless.
Elena stretched in her chair, the long day finally catching up with her.
You know, when I first came to Millbrook Falls, I was looking for a quiet place to recover from burnout. I never expected to find a community worth fighting for.
Does that mean you're staying?
Holly asked, hoping she didn't sound too eager.
I'm seriously considering it. This case proved that financial crimes investigation and historical research make a powerful combination.
Elena smiled.
Plus, I've gotten kind of attached to the idea of working with a team that actually trusts each other.
Webb closed his notebook and leaned back in his chair.
Holly, I want you to know that your work on this case was exceptional. Have you given any thought to formalizing your investigative consulting?
Holly blinked in surprise.
Formalizing it how?
Work with law enforcement agencies on cases involving antiques, historical evidence, document authentication. There's a real need for someone with your expertise and instincts.
The idea was both exciting and intimidating.
I don't know. I love running Frosted Memories, and I'm not sure I want to give that up.
You wouldn't have to.
Elena said.
Think of it as expanding your services, authentication, consultation, research, all building on what you already do well.
Jasper looked up from the evidence photos with a thoughtful expression.
We could coordinate it through between the lines. Historical research, document analysis, authentication services. A partnership between your shops.
Holly felt pieces clicking together in her mind.
A consulting partnership. All three of us, using our different expertise to help solve cases like this one.
Exactly.
Elena said with growing enthusiasm. No.
You handle the antiques and community connections. Jasper manages the historical research, and I bring the financial crimes background and law enforcement contacts.
Webb nodded approvingly.
The state police and FBI would definitely be interested in that kind of specialized consulting. Cases like this are more common than you might think.
Holly looked around the office at her friends, because that's what they'd become, she realized. Not just colleagues or temporary allies, but genuine friends who'd work together to protect their community and seek justice for victims both past and present.
You know what?
She said, feeling a surge of confidence that surprised her.
Let's do it. Let's make it official.
Elena grinned.
Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting?
I like the sound of that.
Jasper said with a smile.
Though we should probably work on the name.
Holly added with a laugh. Holly packed up her notes and looked around Webb's office one last time, amazed at how much had changed in just 1 week. She'd started as someone who'd stumbled onto a mystery by accident, and she was ending as someone who'd chosen to make solving such mysteries part of her life's work. The Christmas Ornament Festival was over, the criminals were caught, and Theodore Ashton's secrets were finally at rest. But more than that, Holly had found her calling, protecting the community she loved and seeking justice for those who couldn't seek it themselves. Outside, the snow had stopped falling, and the streets of Millbrook Falls looked peaceful under their white blanket. The town would heal from this trauma, just as it had healed from previous challenges. And Holly would be there to help protect it, working alongside friends who shared her commitment to justice and community. The Herald Angels might be singing of murder solved, but Holly was hearing something even better. The sound of a future filled with purpose, partnership, and the satisfaction of work that truly mattered. Theodore Ashton's century-old evidence had brought them together, and now they would face whatever challenges came next as a team. It was, Holly thought as they stepped into the peaceful winter night, exactly where she belonged. 19. Deck the halls with resolution. 2 weeks after Carol Hendrick's arrest, Millbrook Falls was beginning to feel like itself again. Holly stood in the town square, watching volunteers string lights for the belated holiday celebration they'd decided to hold. A community healing event to replace the festival that had ended in violence and fear. The Historical Society is thrilled about the donation, Grace Pettigrew said, joining Holly near the gazebo, where they'd soon hold the ceremony. The elderly woman had returned from Denver the day before, looking remarkably resilient for someone who'd been through so much trauma. Theodore Ashton's evidence collection will finally serve its intended purpose, educating people about our community's history. Holly nodded, watching Elena direct the placement of display cases that would house the ornament collection during the ceremony. It feels right. Having the evidence become part of the historical record instead of a weapon used against families.
Speaking of which,
Grace said with a sly smile.
I hear you're about to make some announcements of your own.
News travels fast in a small town,
Holly replied with a laugh.
Especially when that news involves 3 of our favorite people starting a business together.
The past 2 weeks had been a whirlwind of legal proceedings, media attention, and planning for what came next. Martinez had kept them updated on the broader investigation. Carol and Bob's network had extended to 17 communities across 4 states, with accomplices arrested from Montana to Utah. The scope of the operation had shocked even federal investigators. But today was about healing and moving forward.
Holly!
Elena called out from across the square, waving her over to where she was setting up informational displays about the investigation. Can you check the placement of the Ashton materials? Holly made her way through the crowd of volunteers, noting how many familiar faces had turned out to help with the ceremony. Maeve was coordinating refreshments from her bakery, Jerome Fletcher was handling security arrangements, and even Trace Morrison had volunteered to help, despite the painful family connections to the case.
This looks perfect,
Holly said, examining Elena's careful arrangement of documents and photographs that told the story of both Theodore Ashton's original investigation and the modern crimes that had grown from his evidence.
I wanted people to understand the complete timeline.
Elena explained.
How historical evidence became a tool for modern blackmail, and how a community working together was able to expose the truth.
And speaking of working together,
Holly said,
are you really sure about staying? You could have your pick of FBI positions after this case.
Elena's smile was warm and certain.
I've never been more sure of anything. This community, this work we've done together, it's what I've been looking for my whole career.
She gestured toward a small placard announcing her new business.
Rodriguez Consulting, Financial Analysis, and Art Authentication. I figured I should make it official.
Jasper approached, carrying a box of books, his contribution to the ceremony's educational displays.
Between the lines is donating copies of all the local history books that helped with the research,
he said.
And I've been thinking about what you said, Elena, about expanding into consultation services.
Oh.
Holly asked.
Historical research consulting, document analysis, genealogy services, archival organization.
Jasper's eyes were bright with enthusiasm.
People are really interested in family history these days, especially after cases like this.
Holly felt a spark of excitement as she saw how the pieces were fitting together.
And Frosted Memories could expand into authentication services, antiques, collectibles, historical objects.
A three-way partnership.
Elena said with growing excitement.
Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez, combining antique expertise, historical research, and financial investigation.
We'd need to work out the details,
Jasper said practically.
Coordination between businesses, shared resources, referral systems.
But it could work,
Holly said, surprised by how appealing the idea sounded. Sheriff Webb joined them near the display cases, looking more relaxed than Holly had seen him since the investigation began.
Sounds like you're planning to make this partnership official.
We're considering it,
Holly replied.
Think there's enough demand for that kind of specialized consulting?
After this case, I'd say definitely.
Webb gestured toward the crowd gathering for the ceremony.
You've proven that combining different expertise can solve cases that might stump traditional law enforcement. State and federal agencies are going to want access to that.
By mid-afternoon, the ceremony was ready to begin. Mrs. Patterson, looking elegant in a navy coat and her grandmother's pearl brooch, spoke movingly about the importance of preserving history while learning from past mistakes. Grace presented the formal donation of Theodore Ashton's evidence collection to the Historical Society, ensuring that future generations would understand both the crimes and the courage it took to expose them. Holly found herself standing with Elena and Jasper as the community gathered around the display cases, reading about the investigation and examining the ornaments that had caused so much trouble. Children pointed at the pretty glass decorations, while their parents read the sobering story of how they'd been used.
It's strange seeing them like this,
Jasper said quietly.
Just beautiful objects again, instead of evidence or weapons.
That's what they always should have been,
Elena replied.
Theodore Ashton never intended for his evidence to become a tool for terrorizing innocent people.
And now it won't be,
Holly added.
The truth is out, the criminals are caught, and the community can heal.
Mayor Vance approached their group, looking relieved to be presiding over a celebration instead of managing a crisis.
Holly, I wanted to thank you again for everything you did. This community owes you a debt we can never repay.
You don't owe me anything,
Holly said sincerely.
This is my home. Protecting it isn't a favor, it's a responsibility.
Which is exactly why the town council voted unanimously to name you Millbrook Falls' first official historical crime consultant.
The mayor said with a grin.
It comes with a small annual stipend and official recognition of your expertise.
Holly blinked in surprise.
You created a position for me.
We created a position for what you do.
Mayor Vance corrected.
Historical investigation, community protection, specialized consulting. You've proven we need someone with your skills, and we want to make sure you stay.
As the mayor moved away to continue the ceremony, Holly stood with Elena and Jasper, processing this unexpected development.
Official recognition,
Elena said with obvious pride.
That's wonderful, Holly.
And it legitimizes the consulting work.
Jasper added.
Municipal endorsement will help with credibility.
Holly looked around at the community celebration, at people who'd come together to heal from trauma and honor those who'd fought for justice. Mrs. Patterson was showing children how the ornament compartments worked, turning a dark history into an educational opportunity. Grace was sharing stories about her grandmother's role in preserving evidence. Even Jerome Fletcher looked peaceful, finally free from the guilt and fear that had plagued him.
You know what?
Holly said, feeling a surge of certainty that surprised her.
Let's do it. Let's make the partnership official. Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting. Specialists in historical crimes, financial investigation, and antique authentication.
Really?
Elena asked, her face lighting up.
Really. We work well together, we complement each other's skills, and there's clearly a need for what we do.
Holly looked at her friends, her partners.
Besides, I can't think of anyone I'd rather solve mysteries with.
Jasper grinned.
Then it's official. We're in business together.
As the ceremony continued around them, Holly felt a deep sense of satisfaction and purpose. The Christmas Ornament Festival had ended in tragedy, but from that tragedy had grown something stronger. A community united by shared trials, friendships forged in crisis, and a professional partnership that would help protect other communities from similar threats. Theodore Ashton's evidence had finally fulfilled its original purpose, not as a weapon or a tool for blackmail, but as a catalyst for justice and truth. The ornaments would remain in Millbrook Falls, telling their story to future generations and reminding everyone that sometimes the most beautiful objects carry the heaviest secrets. But secrets exposed lose their power to harm, and communities that stand together can overcome even the darkest threats. Holly Hart had found her calling, her community, and her chosen family. The herald angels had sung of murder solved, but the real celebration was just beginning. The future stretched ahead, full of mysteries to solve and communities to protect, and Holly was ready for all of it. Christmas morning miracles. The scent of cinnamon rolls and fresh coffee drifted through the apartment above frosted memories as Holly checked the table settings one more time. Snow fell steadily past the tall windows, transforming Main Street into a winter wonderland that looked like it belonged inside one of her snow globes.
Stop fussing,
Jasper said gently, appearing behind her with warm hands that settled on her shoulders.
Everything looks perfect.
I just want this to be special.
Holly said, adjusting a napkin that didn't need adjusting.
Our first Christmas morning, hosting everyone.
It will be special because we're all together.
Jasper replied, pressing a kiss to the top of her head.
That's what matters.
The apartment felt more like home than Holly had ever imagined possible. They decorated modestly but warmly, a small tree by the window, garland along the mantelpiece, and white lights that cast everything in a gentle glow. Tinsel had claimed his favorite spot beneath the tree, occasionally batting at the lower ornaments with the dignity of a cat who knew he was king of his domain. A knock at the door announced their first arrival. Elena stood on the landing with her arms full of wrapped packages and a contribution to breakfast that smelled like her grandmother's famous churros.
Merry Christmas,
she said, her smile bright with genuine happiness.
Though I should warn you, I may have gone overboard with the gifts.
You didn't have to bring anything,
Holly said, accepting a warm hug and the covered dish.
Just having you here is enough.
Nonsense. This is my first real Christmas celebration in years.
Elena hung up her coat and looked around the apartment with obvious pleasure.
You've made this place feel so welcoming.
Soon the others arrived in a happy rush. Maeve and Danny brought homemade bread that was still warm from the oven, along with their infectious energy and Maeve's ability to make any gathering feel like a proper party. Webb appeared with a bottle of excellent wine and the slightly awkward air of someone who'd been invited to join a family celebration.
I hope I'm not intruding,
he said as Holly welcomed him inside.
You're not intruding, you're family.
Holly replied firmly.
After everything we've been through together, you think we'd celebrate without you?
Grace Pettigrew arrived last, elegant as always in a navy dress with her grandmother's cameo brooch, carrying a vintage cake plate that held what appeared to be her famous Christmas cookies.
Grace, you didn't need to bake,
Holly protested, though she was secretly delighted by the cookies that had been a highlight of every community event since she'd moved to Millbrook Falls.
Certainly, dear. It's Christmas morning.
Grace surveyed the assembled group with satisfaction.
This is exactly how Christmas should be, surrounded by people who matter.
Soon, the apartment buzzed with conversation and laughter. Elena helped Jasper coordinate breakfast service, while Maeve regaled everyone with stories from the bakery's holiday rush. Danny and Webb discovered a shared interest in fly fishing, leading to an animated discussion about mountain streams and the best seasonal techniques.
You know,
Grace said, settling into the armchair by the window with tinsel purring in her lap.
I've been coming to Christmas gatherings in this town for 70 years, and this feels more like family than most of them.
Holly felt her throat tighten with unexpected emotion. After the trauma of the ornament case, after everything they'd all survived together, having everyone safe and happy in her home felt like the greatest gift imaginable.
Present time,
Maeve announced once breakfast was cleared away, her enthusiasm infectious as always. They settled around the tree with coffee and Grace's cookies, the morning light soft through the falling snow. Holly had been nervous about gift-giving. How did you choose presents for people who'd become family through shared danger rather than shared history?
Elena first,
Holly said, handing over a carefully wrapped package. Elena opened it to reveal a vintage snow globe featuring a detailed Victorian Christmas scene.
Holly, it's beautiful, but are you sure you want to part with this one?
It belongs with someone who understands the value of preserving history while building new traditions.
Holly replied.
Besides, every good consultant needs her own snow globe for inspiration.
Elena's answering smile was radiant.
I love it. And speaking of consulting,
she handed Holly an elegantly wrapped box.
This is for our partnership.
Inside was a vintage magnifying glass with an ornate silver handle, the kind serious investigators had used for decades. Holly lifted it carefully, noting the weight and craftsmanship.
It belonged to my mentor at the FBI,
Elena explained.
She always said the best investigators combine traditional techniques with modern technology. Seemed perfect for you.
Elena, I can't take something this precious.
You can and you will.
Elena interrupted with mock sternness.
Besides, you'll need it for all the cases we're going to solve together.
Jasper cleared his throat and handed Holly a leather-bound journal with her name embossed in gold on the cover.
For case notes,
he said simply.
Every professional investigator needs proper documentation.
Holly opened the journal to find that Jasper had already written on the first page. For Holly Hart, protector of communities, seeker of truth, and the best partner an amateur historian could ask for.
Jasper,
she whispered, touched beyond words.
Open mine next,
Maeve said, bouncing slightly with excitement. Holly unwrapped a beautifully framed photograph, the entire group at the ceremony dedicating Theodore Ashton's evidence collection to the Historical Society. They all looked tired but triumphant, united by their shared experience.
I thought you should have a record of the moment we officially became a team,
Maeve explained.
Plus, it's proof that we all clean up pretty well after solving murders.
Webb handed over a small, official-looking envelope with obvious embarrassment.
It's not much, but...
Inside was a laminated ID card identifying Holly as an official consultant to the Millbrook Falls Sheriff's Department, complete with her photograph and Webb's signature.
You're making me an official consultant,
Holly asked, stunned.
You've earned it,
Webb replied gruffly.
Besides, I got tired of explaining to state investigators why I kept bringing civilians to crime scenes.
Grace's gift came last, a small wooden box that looked antique but well cared for. Inside, nestled in velvet, was a delicate silver compass.
It was my grandmother's,
Grace explained.
She said it helped her find her way when she was lost and led her to the people who mattered most.
Her blue eyes twinkled.
I thought it might be useful for someone who makes a living finding things that are hidden.
Holly felt tears threatening as she looked around the circle of faces, these people who'd become her chosen family, who'd supported her through danger and celebrated her successes.
I don't know what to say,
she managed.
Say you'll accept a consulting contract with the state police.
Whoa.
Because I may have already recommended our services to some people I know.
Our services.
Holly asked.
Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting.
Jasper said, with obvious pleasure.
We made it official yesterday. Filed the paperwork and everything.
We're really doing this?
Holly looked between her partners, excitement building in her chest.
We're really doing this,
Elena confirmed.
Historical investigations, financial crimes, antique authentication, the whole package.
And the best part?
Maeve added,
is that you get to keep helping people while staying right here in Millbrook Falls.
As conversation turned to plans for their new business venture, Holly found herself watching the snow fall past the windows, thinking about how much had changed since she'd first arrived in this mountain town. She'd come here to escape a failed marriage and rebuild her life, never imagining she'd find a calling, a community, and a family all at once.
What are you thinking about?
Jasper asked quietly, settling beside her on the couch.
Just all of this?
Holly gestured around the room.
A year ago, I never could have imagined having Christmas morning like this. With all of you.
And now?
Elena asked from her spot by the tree, where she was helping Tinsel investigate the ribbon on his new catnip mouse.
Now, I can't imagine it any other way,
Holly said simply. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and church bells began to ring across the valley, calling the faithful to Christmas morning services. But inside the apartment above Frosted Memories, surrounded by the people who'd become her chosen family, Holly Hart felt she was already in the most sacred space imaginable. The Christmas ornaments that had brought them together through danger and mystery were now just beautiful decorations again, reflecting the warm light and creating tiny rainbows on the walls. Theodore Ashton's secrets were at rest, the criminals were in prison, and Millbrook Falls was safe. But more than that, Holly had found her place in the world, not just as a business owner or a consultant or even an investigator, but as someone who belonged to a community and a family that had chosen each other through shared trials and mutual care.
Merry Christmas, everyone,
she said, raising her coffee mug in a toast. Merry Christmas, Holly, they replied in unison, and the warmth in their voices was better than any gift she could have unwrapped. As the morning stretched ahead, filled with stories and laughter and the comfortable chaos of family, Holly realized that this was exactly what Christmas miracles looked like. Not magic or supernatural intervention, but the simple wonder of people finding each other and choosing to build something beautiful together. The herald angels had sung of murder solved, but today they were singing something even better, the song of home, family, and new beginnings, wrapped in the promise of snow-covered mornings and mysteries yet to be discovered. 21. New Year, New Dreams. The week between Christmas and New Year's Eve passed in a blur of planning meetings and excited conversations that spilled between Frosted Memories, Between the Lines, and Elena's temporary office space above the coffee shop. Holly found herself scribbling notes on everything from business cards to client intake forms, amazed at how quickly their consulting partnership was taking shape.
The state police contact wants to meet next week, quote,
Elena announced, bursting through the shop door with her laptop bag and the kind of energy that suggested good news.
Apparently word about our Theodore Ashton case has reached some very interested people.
Holly looked up from the display she'd been rearranging, a collection of vintage globes that seemed to capture the spirit of new beginnings.
Already? We haven't even figured out our office space yet.
That's what I wanted to talk about,
Jasper said, appearing from the back room with 2 cups of coffee and a folder full of real estate listings.
I've been thinking about the bookstore expansion we discussed.
He spread the papers across Holly's counter, revealing floor plans and photographs of the building next to between the lines. The narrow Victorian structure had been vacant for months, but Holly could see the potential in its tall windows and original architectural details.
Mrs. Chen is willing to lease it to us at a very reasonable rate.
Jasper continued.
It would give us dedicated office space for consultations while keeping our individual businesses separate.
Elena studied the floor plans with obvious interest.
This could work perfectly. Conference room here. Individual offices there. Shared resources in between.
She traced possible layouts with her finger.
Close enough to coordinate easily, but professional enough for law enforcement meetings.
What about the cost?
Holly asked, though she was already imagining how the space might look with proper lighting and their combined expertise represented.
Surprisingly manageable if we split it 3 ways.
Jasper replied.
Plus, the consulting work should generate enough income to cover the overhead pretty quickly.
Holly felt excitement building in her chest. The idea of formalizing their partnership had been abstract until now, but seeing actual floor plans made it feel real and achievable.
There's something else,
Elena said, her tone shifting to something more personal.
I've been thinking about what this partnership means for all of us. Not just professionally, but...
She gestured around Holly's shop, taking in the cozy space that had become their unofficial headquarters.
This feels like home in a way I haven't experienced in years.
It is home.
Holly said simply.
That's what makes this partnership so perfect. We're not just colleagues. We're family.
Jasper nodded, his expression warm with affection.
Speaking of family, there's something I've been wanting to discuss with you, Holly. About our future.
Something in his tone made Holly's attention sharpen. Jasper looked nervous in a way she'd rarely seen, fidgeting with his coffee cup and not quite meeting her eyes.
What kind of future discussion?
She asked gently.
The kind where I ask if you can imagine building a life here permanently. Not just the business partnership, but...
He took a deep breath.
Holly, I love you. I love the life we've built together. And I love the work we do as a team.
Holly felt her heart skip as she realized where this conversation might be heading.
Jasper.
I know the timing might seem strange. With everything that's been happening,
he continued quickly. Elena had gone very still, clearly recognizing the significance of the moment. Holly appreciated that she didn't try to leave or interrupt, understanding that this conversation was happening within their chosen family context.
What exactly are you asking?
Holly said, though she was beginning to suspect she knew. Jasper reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small velvet box that made Holly's breath catch.
I'm asking if you'll marry me. If you'll take this partnership we've built and make it official in every possible way.
He opened the box to reveal a vintage ring that was absolutely perfect. An elegant solitaire in an antique setting that looked like it had been waiting decades for exactly the right person.
Jasper,
Holly whispered, staring at the ring and feeling tears prick her eyes.
It belonged to my grandmother,
he explained.
She and my grandfather were partners in everything. Their bookstore, their research, their community involvement. I always hoped I'd find someone who understood that kind of partnership.
Holly looked at the ring, then at Jasper's hopeful face, then at Elena, who was grinning with obvious delight, despite trying to give them privacy.
Yes,
she said, the word coming out in a rush of emotion and certainty.
Yes, absolutely yes.
Jasper's smile was radiant as he slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, as if it had been made for her hand, and Holly couldn't help but laugh at the rightness of it all.
This is so wonderful,
Elena exclaimed, no longer able to contain her excitement.
I'm so happy for both of you.
Holly admired the ring on her finger, amazed at how natural it looked there.
I can't believe you planned this.
Actually, I've been carrying that ring around for 3 weeks, waiting for the right moment.
Jasper admitted.
But after Christmas morning, seeing how perfectly our family fits together, I realized there wasn't going to be a more perfect time.
So we're doing this,
Elena said, settling into one of Holly's chairs with obvious satisfaction.
Business partnership, life partnership, family partnership, the whole package.
Apparently we are,
Holly said, still staring at her ring in amazement.
Which means we should probably talk about wedding planning, along with business planning.
Jasper said with a grin.
Though I vote for something simple that doesn't interfere with our consulting launch.
Holly laughed.
You want to coordinate our wedding with our business timeline.
I want to coordinate everything.
Jasper replied.
That's what partners do.
They spent the rest of the afternoon planning both their wedding and their business expansion, the conversations weaving together naturally as they discussed office space, client meetings, ceremony venues, and guest lists. Elena proved invaluable for both discussions, offering practical advice about business structures and enthusiastic suggestions about celebration planning.
Spring wedding?
Holly suggested.
After we get the consulting business established, but before the busy summer tourist season.
Perfect.
Jasper agreed.
Gives us time to settle into the new office space and establish our client base.
And gives me time to plan the most amazing engagement party Millbrook Falls has ever seen.
Elena added with obvious relish. As evening approached and they prepared to close up the shop, Holly found herself reflecting on how much her life had changed in just 1 year. She'd arrived in Millbrook Falls as a divorced woman trying to rebuild her life. And now she was engaged to her best friend, launching a consulting business with her chosen family, and more deeply rooted in her community than she'd ever imagined possible.
What are you thinking about?
Jasper asked, noting her contemplative mood as they locked up frosted memory.
Just all of this.
Holly gestured at the snowy street, the warm lights in the shop windows, the peaceful evenings settling over their town.
A year ago, if someone had told me I'd be engaged to a bookstore owner and starting a consulting business that specializes in historical crimes, I'd have thought they were crazy.
And now?
Elena asked, joining them on the sidewalk.
Now it feels like the most natural thing in the world.
Holly replied.
Like everything I've done before was just preparation for this life.
Jasper took her hand, his thumb brushing over her new ring.
I feel the same way. Like all the separate pieces of my life finally make sense together.
That's what good partnerships do,
Elena said wisely.
They make everyone involved better than they could be alone.
As they walked toward their respective homes, Holly felt a deep sense of contentment and excitement for the future. The Christmas Ornament Festival and Theodore Ashton's secrets were behind them, but ahead lay endless possibilities, cases to solve, a business to build, a wedding to plan, and a life to share with the people who'd become her family. The new year was still a few days away, but Holly could already feel its promise in the crisp winter air and the steady presence of the people walking beside her. Whatever challenges and adventures lay ahead, she would face them with Jasper as her husband and Elena as her business partner and friend. The herald angels had sung of murder solved, but the song Holly was hearing now was even sweeter. The melody of a future filled with love, purpose, and the kind of partnership that made everything possible. Tomorrow, they would start planning their new business venture in earnest. Next week, they would meet with potential clients and tour office spaces. In a few months, they would exchange vows and officially become a family in every legal sense. But tonight, walking through the snow-covered streets of Millbrook Falls with her engagement ring catching the streetlight and her chosen family beside her, Holly Hart felt like she was already living the life she'd always been meant to have. The dreams of the new year were no longer just hopes. They were plans, partnerships, and promises that would shape the rest of her life. And she couldn't wait to see what came next. 22. Old Longzine and New Beginnings. The town square blazed with light and laughter as New Year's Eve descended on Millbrook Falls. Ice sculptures lined the gazebo, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the thousands of tiny white lights strung between lampposts and trees. The scent of hot chocolate and roasted chestnuts drifted from vendor booths, while live fiddle music provided a soundtrack that seemed to make even the falling snow dance. Holly stood near the center of it all, her engagement ring catching the festive lights as she handed out cups of Maeve's famous hot cider. The past week had flown by in a whirlwind of congratulations, business planning, and the kind of happy chaos that came with suddenly having a wedding to plan alongside everything else.
You're glowing,
Elena observed, appearing beside her with an armload of folded blankets for the outdoor seating area they'd arranged near the gazebo.
It's probably just the cold making my cheeks red,
Holly replied, though she couldn't stop smiling.
It's definitely not the cold,
Maeve said, bustling over with a fresh tray of cookies shaped like snowflakes.
You've had that glow since Jasper proposed. It's the look of someone who knows exactly where she belongs.
Holly glanced around the square, taking in the familiar faces lit by firelight and fairy lights. Mrs. Patterson was telling stories to a group of children near the ice sculptures. Grace held court by the hot chocolate booth, regaling anyone who'd listen with tales of New Year's celebrations from decades past. Webb moved through the crowd with the relaxed alertness of someone keeping watch over a community he truly cared about.
Hard to believe it's only been a month since the Christmas Ornament Festival, she mused.
Feels like a lifetime ago,
Elena agreed.
Though I have to say, this celebration is much more my speed. No hidden evidence, no century-old conspiracies. Just people enjoying themselves.
Jasper emerged from the crowd carrying a steaming mug and wearing the kind of smile that had become his default expression since their engagement.
The books for our consulting business license came through,
He announced.
We're officially Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting as of this morning.
Really?
Holly felt a thrill of excitement.
We're actually official?
Official as of 9 a.m. when the county clerk's office opened, sent.
Elena confirmed, pulling out her phone to show them a photo of their business registration.
I may have been waiting outside their door since 8:30.
Which means,
Jasper said, settling beside Holly on one of the blanket-covered benches,
that when we meet with the state police next week, we'll be representing a legitimate consulting firm rather than just 3 people who happen to solve a case together.
3 people who happen to solve a case, prevent multiple murders, expose a multi-state criminal network, and protect an entire community.
Holly corrected.
Let's not undersell ourselves.
The music shifted to something slower and more reflective as the evening progressed toward midnight. Couples began gravitating toward each other while families gathered closer around the warming fires scattered throughout the square.
You know what I love most about tonight?
Grace said, joining their little group with the graceful confidence of someone who'd been celebrating New Year's Eve in this same square for 7 decades.
What's that?
Elena asked.
Everyone's here because they want to be, not because they have to be.
Grace's eyes sparkled in the firelight. Every day.
After everything we've been through, the fear, the uncertainty, the realization that people we trusted were lying to us, we could have let it divide us. Instead, look around.
Holly followed Grace's gesture, seeing what she meant. The square was filled not just with residents, but with the connections between them. Jerome Fletcher was deep in conversation with Trace Morrison about expanding the antique authentication services. Danny O'Sullivan was teaching a group of teenagers how to properly tend the warming fires. Webb was actually laughing at something Mrs. Patterson had said.
We're stronger than we were before.
Holly realized.
That's what good communities do,
Grace said with satisfaction.
They use adversity to discover what really matters.
As the evening moved toward the countdown, Holly thought about the path that had brought her here. A year and a half ago, she'd arrived in Millbrook Falls as a refugee from a failed marriage, hoping to rebuild her life in a place where nobody knew her history. She'd never imagined she'd find not just a new home, but a calling, a family, and a future that felt more right than anything she'd ever planned.
10 minutes to midnight.
Jasper announced, checking his pocket watch, a Christmas gift from Elena that perfectly suited his bookish aesthetic. The crowd began to gather closer to the gazebo, where Mayor Vance was preparing to lead the countdown. Holly looked around at the faces illuminated by firelight and festival lights. These people who'd become so much more than neighbors.
I have something to say,
she announced, standing up with the kind of impulse that usually made her nervous, but tonight felt exactly right.
Holly.
Jasper started, but she was already moving toward the gazebo.
Excuse me?
She called out, and the crowd gradually quieted as people turned toward her voice.
Most of you know me as the woman who owns the snow globe shop and occasionally gets involved in solving mysteries.
Holly began, feeling surprisingly calm despite having the attention of the entire community.
But tonight, I want you to know me as someone who came here looking for a fresh start and found something I never expected, a home.
Murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd, and Holly saw encouraging nods from faces both familiar and new.
This year tested all of us,
She continued.
We discovered that people we trusted had been lying to us, that our community had been targeted by criminals who saw our trust as a weakness to exploit. We could have let that fear divide us, make us suspicious of each other.
But we didn't.
Someone called out from the crowd. Holly thought it might have been Danny.
No, we didn't.
Holly agreed.
Instead, we proved that a community that stands together is stronger than any threat. We protected each other, we solved the mystery together, and we came out the other side not just intact, but better than we were before.
The crowd was fully attentive now, and Holly felt the weight of speaking for all of them.
So as we head into this new year, I want to make a promise,
She said, her voice carrying clearly in the winter air.
Jasper, Elena, and I are starting a consulting business that will help other communities facing similar threats. We're going to use what we learned here to protect places just like Millbrook Falls, because every community deserves to feel as safe and connected as we do tonight.
The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, but Holly held up her hand to indicate she wasn't finished.
But more than that, I want to promise that no matter where our work takes us, this will always be home. This community, these relationships, this place where we learned that family isn't just about blood. It's about the people who stand with you when things get dangerous, who celebrate with you when things go right, and who help you become the person you were always meant to be.
As the applause grew louder, Holly stepped down from the gazebo and found herself immediately surrounded by Elena, Jasper, and the rest of her chosen family.
That was beautiful,
Elena said, her eyes bright with emotion.
And completely unrehearsed,
Jasper added, with obvious pride.
which makes it even more perfect.
2 minutes to midnight.
Mayor Vance announced, and the crowd began the familiar ritual of countdown preparation. Holly stood between Jasper and Elena, surrounded by the community that had given her everything she'd ever wanted without her even knowing to ask for it. Webb nodded at her with the kind of respect that spoke volumes. Grace beamed with the satisfaction of someone who'd watched a young woman find her true calling. Maeve bounced excitedly as she prepared for the midnight celebration.
30 seconds.
The mayor called out. The crowd joined in the countdown, voices rising together in the ancient ritual of marking time's passage and celebrating new possibilities. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. The cheer that went up could probably be heard 3 counties away. Fireworks exploded over the snow-covered mountains, their colors reflecting off the ice sculptures and turning the entire square into a magical wonderland. Jasper turned to kiss Holly as the bells in the church tower began to chime, and she tasted the promise of their future in the warmth of his lips.
Happy New Year, future Mrs. Holloway.
He murmured against her ear.
Happy New Year, partner.
She replied, meaning it in every possible sense of the word. Elena grabbed them both in an enthusiastic hug that somehow managed to include half their surrounding friends.
Happy New Year to the best consulting team in Colorado.
The celebration continued around them with people kissing and laughing and making the kind of resolutions that felt possible in the glow of community support. Holly looked up at the fireworks painting the sky in brilliant colors. A year ago, she'd been struggling to rebuild her life after everything had fallen apart. 6 months ago, she'd been a small business owner trying to find her place in a new community. A month ago, she'd been an amateur sleuth who'd stumbled into a dangerous mystery. Tonight, she was an engaged woman with a thriving business, a consulting partnership that would help protect communities across the region, and a family that she'd chosen and that had chosen her in return. The fireworks painted the sky in brilliant colors above them, and Holly felt the rightness of this moment. New beginnings stretching ahead like an open road. Theodore Ashton's century-old secrets had brought them together through danger and mystery, but what they'd built from that foundation was entirely their own creation, a partnership based on trust, a business built on expertise and care, and a family forged in crisis but sustained by joy. As the fireworks faded and the crowd began to disperse into the snowy night, Holly Hart stood in the center of Millbrook Falls town square, surrounded by everyone who mattered, wearing an engagement ring that caught the last of the festival lights, and feeling more at home than she'd ever imagined possible. The new year stretched ahead, full of cases to solve, communities to protect, a wedding to plan, and adventures yet to be discovered. But whatever came next, she would face it with Jasper as her husband, Alina as her partner, and Millbrook Falls as the home that had given her everything. The Christmas ornaments that had started it all were safely displayed in the Historical Society now, their secrets revealed and their danger neutralized. But the real treasure they'd led her to wasn't hidden in any compartment or coded in any century-old document. It was here, in this moment, with these people, in this place, where she belonged. And that was worth more than any mystery she could ever solve.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at wynnvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.